right, Corey, let's do this. All right, Madam Chair, we're now live.
Thank you. The April State Board meeting will come to order now. Thank you all for joining us this morning. Ms. Marama, would you please call the roll?
Board Member Durham.
Here.
Board Member Skarziga.
Here.
Board Member Esser.
Here.
Board Member McClellan.
Here.
Board Member Rankin.
Here.
Board Member Sheffel.
Here.
Board Member Schroeder.
Here.
They're all here.
Thank you. First item on our agenda this morning is the approval of the agenda. Do I have a motion, please, to approve the agenda?
I move to approve the agenda as published.
That's a proper motion. Do I have a second, please?
Second.
Second.
Oh, lots of seconds. Thank you. Does anyone have any questions or comments about the agenda? Even if you don't want to remove something, is there anything in particular that you want to discuss? Colleagues, instead of going down the line,
Thank you, Madam Chair.
go ahead.
I
Carla.
would like to, on the consent agenda, although I'm not asking to remove anything.
You're jumping ahead,
Oh, I'm sorry.
my dear.
I'm sorry. Okay.
Okay,
No, I have no questions.
okay. Anybody else have any questions about the regular agenda, please?
Yeah, Madam
right.
Chair, to add
Yes.
an item, I don't know if there's a motion available. Ms. Marama, do you have that? Or did we get it added?
Board Member Durham, I did send that to you. I'm happy to put it in the chat in 1 second here.
But I can't see the chat. Let me see if I can find it on my other device. I apologize. Maybe you can read the motion, Ms. Maramba. You have it handy.
Sure, hold on 1 second. So, Board Member Durham, the motion would be, I move to amend the agenda to include a board discussion on the Pandemic Electronic Benefits Transfer, PEBT program.
Thank you. I'd like to make that motion, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Board Member Durham. Do you have a second, please?
Or,
Second.
Second, please.
Second.
Thank you. All right. Do you want to make a comment?
I would just say I'd like a brief discussion. I think it may fit better today. Tomorrow looks like a much tougher day than today, but maybe not. And wherever the chair finds that it fits is fine. But I do think I received some constituent input about the amount of data that's being provided as a result of the and personally identifiable information that's being provided as a result of the departments agreeing to engage in some data collection for the districts. And I'd just like to have a brief discussion of that, and just from a policy perspective about what we ought to be doing and how we ought to reach the decisions that put us in a position of collecting and disseminating personally identifiable information. So
Thank you.
That's the reason for the motion.
Okay. I also received a comment about that. So I would propose that probably after the charter discussion this afternoon, which should end about, I believe, 3 or 3:30. So if that'll help staff provide some answers or some information about that item, I would be grateful. Commissioner, would that work out?
Yes, I believe so, but let me just text our staff. We had sort of planned for it on Thursday, so let me just text just to be sure, but I have a feeling it will be fine.
Okay, any other changes, colleagues, to the agenda this morning, regular agenda? So in that case, the proper motion would be to approve the agenda with the addition of the item of, tell me again, Ms. Maramba, exactly what it was called. Personally identifiable
Pandemic
data.
Electronic Benefits Transfer Program.
Okay, thank you. So do I still have that same second? I think I had a bunch of seconds.
Same
Okay.
second.
Thank you. Ms. Maramba, would you please call the roll?
Board Member Durham,
Yes.
Board Member Skarziga,
Yes.
Board Member Esser,
Yes.
Board Member McClellan,
Yes.
Board Member Rankin,
Yes.
Board Member Shuffle,
Yes.
Board Member Schroeder.
Yes, thank you. Next item on the agenda is approval of the consent agenda. Do I have a motion, please?
Madam Chair, I move to approve items 4.01 through 4.32 on the consent agenda as published in board docs.
That's a proper motion. Do I have a second, please?
Second.
Thank you. Board Member Esser, you had a question about the consent agenda?
Yes, I just wanted to say that after reading through all those charter waivers that we have, particularly from Denver Public Schools, it's clear that some schools are actually declining in performance rather than achieving in performance, going from improvement to priority improvement to turnaround. Normally, I would not want this on the consent agenda, but due to the pandemic, I do realize that schools and districts and students and parents and everybody are in a much different situation than in a normal approval process. So I just wanted to make sure that's clear. I do see it, and the public has a right to see it and can go on board docs. So that was the comment I wanted to make sure I made. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Board Member Esser. I noted the same, and I did note that several of them are, I forgot what the terminology is. They're not on the clock because they haven't had 5 years,
Right.
but they're well on their way. So I think there are some public meetings that are appropriate at this time. They have, some of them have very poor assessment participation, which is very problematic because I don't know that anybody knows where they actually are. Some of them are alternative education campuses, and I think at some point pretty soon we ought to maybe have a discussion about those and what are our expectations. So thank you for bringing that up. I agree with that. Board Member Rankin.
Yes, Madam Chair, I would like to remove 2 items from the consent agenda, 4.24 and 4.25.
Thank you. We will discuss those, I believe, in exec session, either
Yes.
today or tomorrow, if that's okay.
Yes.
Colleagues, Board Member McClellan, do you have any changes for the consent agenda?
I do not, and just procedurally, do I need to adjust my motion, or is that an assumed move to amend?
We're going to fix it in a minute, as soon as I'm
Okay.
sure there aren't any other items pulled. But thank
Oh, very good. Sounds good.
you, McClellan. Board Member Durham, do you have any changes to the consent agenda?
No, I do not.
Board Member Sheffel?
Sorry, no, sorry.
Board Member Skarziga?
No, Madam Chair, thank you. My comment, I would go right along with Dr. Esser, Member Esser here on the waivers and watching as they were approved at the local level and the discussion there and how difficult that was. I do think later would be a good time to have that conversation. So I appreciate you bringing that up. Thank you.
Okay. So Board Member Maramba, please, let's consider getting something on an agenda coming up when we have some space to talk about this. So yes, our motion is somewhat changed, Board Member McClellan. Items 4.24 and 4.25 have been removed. So I move to approve the agenda as amended would work. If you would try that, please.
How about I move to amend the agenda to pull item 4.24 and item 4.25? And then I would need a second and a quick vote on that.
Madam Chair?
Yeah.
If I may, because the consent agenda is by definition that which requires unanimous consent, the request to remove an item doesn't need to be voted on unless there's an
Okay.
objection by another member to just simply removing them. And So I think the motion to approve the agenda without those items is sufficient unless someone objects to the removal of those two items.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Durham.
Thank you.
All
So
agreed?
moved.
And I had a bunch of seconds, right?
Yes.
So go ahead, Ms. Maramba. We have to make sure it's unanimous.
So Board Member Durham,
Yes.
Board Member Skarziga,
Yes.
Board Member Esser,
Yes.
Board Member McClellan,
Yes.
Board Member Rankin,
Yes.
Board Member Shuffle,
Yes.
Board Member Schroeder.
Yes,
That
Thank you
passes
very
7-0.
great. Next item on the agenda is a report from Director of State Board Relations, Ms. Maramba. What do you have for us today, please?
Yes, good morning, everyone. Happy April. Just a reminder that for our public, everything can be found on board docs. And then just a couple of reminders for you board members. We did file all of the honoraria on Monday. Please let us know if you didn't receive a confirmation from the Secretary of State. The PBC Superintendent Forum and the annual prayer luncheon, 2 separate events, are both going to be held on May 6th. They're both virtual, so if you'd like to attend, please let Carol or I know, and we're happy to help you with that. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. Next item is an update from Commissioner Anthus. Commissioner, I'll turn it over to you, please.
Great, thank you, Madam Chair. Hello, board members, nice to see you. Happy spring, even though it doesn't quite feel like spring in Colorado, but we'll get there at some point. Just the standard Colorado roller coaster. So today I just want to give you our standard update on how schools are reopening. At our current check, we could not find any districts that are offering remote only learning options for the elementary or secondary level. Most of our remote only, so there is an in-person, option, but most districts are still offering a remote option for families. And many are still using hybrid schedules and sort of cohorting students. So their schedules still look a bit different. And many districts are still reporting that large percentages of students, anywhere from 20% to 50% of students have decided to remain remote through the end of this school year. So we still have, students by family choice who are not coming in person. So we did see in these last months, like an after spring break, an increase in districts moving to more in-person options and having more in-person options. We have also seen, and you've probably heard in the news, that more schools have have had outbreaks. And, so now some of them are having to quarantine students and, go back to some closures. We did see that actually in Dougco, that several outbreaks occurred at a high school and a middle school. And so those schools did have to shut down for a 14-day period. I believe they're actually still in that 14-day period now. So I think we're seeing, as more adults are getting vaccinated, that the congregant area of students does become at least you will see some outbreaks there because students are still the ones that are not vaccinated yet. But we are glad to see that there are more in-person options, and we're seeing that continue. We have, just so you know, on our staff level, CDE staff has started to start conducting in-person support and start, coming back to doing in-person work with our districts. What we do on that is we make sure that we are meeting all of the local health precautions, and we only do that if the district would like us to come in and if they are inviting us to come in. So, for example, our turnaround network progress monitoring visits have resumed for a number of districts. And in fact, some have actually been in person all year, just with the proper safety precautions in place. So we have started, visiting Adams 14. We will be visiting Pueblo and Monte Vista here soon. And the last state review panel visits of the year will be conducted in person in Aguilar and Sheridan. So we continue to conduct diagnostic review sites for a lot of our districts as well. And so I just wanted you to know that we're starting the process of coming back to in-person support, and we think that has been really good. We never thought we would hear, we want CDE to come in person, but we are actually hearing that, so that's good. The other big news over the last month, it was an incredibly busy month. Getting that assessment waiver into the federal government and the accountability waiver was a very heavy lift on our staff's part. And so we got that in, and you obviously saw the news that we were, approved with the addition of science 8th grade. We were one of the only states approved in the country. So there were, DC was approved for not doing in-person tests because they have never been back to in-person learning this whole year. So that was a very busy time for us to get that all in, and big kudos to our assessment teams and our federal programs teams for getting that done. Another big change and announcement that I wanted you all to know about, because inevitably I'm sure you will hear from some constituents eventually. Our CDE Educator Talent Division announced our new Colorado online licensing and submission system. This is a big upgrade from our past licensing system. It allows, it was built with sort of the educator in mind, much more, eventually will be much more user-friendly. Streamlined application experience and process, increased options for district human resources personnel so that they can go in and look things up in a much easier way. And features for our Colorado educator preparation programs. This was another very intensive lift for our staff, and we're really hopeful that this is going to be such a big improvement, bringing our systems into sort of the 21st century. But I will say, anytime you change big systems, there are some bumps in the road. So, as educators learn a new system, and as they're, getting into the system and having questions, I'm sure there will be some bumps and some technical glitches, and that's just a normal part of working those out. And so we have not heard, we've heard from some constituents having some challenges. We've been able to solve all those. But just in case you get anything saying, why is it, this is different, what's happening? Just know that we did roll out a system. You can always contact us, and we will make sure that person gets some help. And again, many thanks to the team that worked on this. Changing big systems like that is never an easy task. Just, the other big things that, I did have a call with my other counterparts in all the other states with Secretary Cardona last week, and that was just our first chance to kind of engage with him in his new role. The conversation was great. He was just getting his feet under him. He did, talk about, the strong equity lens that he brings to this, making sure students have an equal opportunity to learn and opportunities to get the content and the support that they need. That is why he felt that assessments were important this year. But he is, open to the conversation about how things evolve over time. But he's, it was sort of a general conversation. We didn't get too into the weeds on everything because I think it was like his, 10th day on the job. But it was nice to connect with him. We have also just had, a lot of our stakeholder processes. We meet with superintendents on a regular basis. Had our BOCES executive director meeting yesterday where we talked with all of the BOCES executive directors. I have met with a couple student groups recently to get the student experience and be able to talk with students, and that has been really helpful. And our Education Leadership Council advisory groups and different subcommittees have also been doing some work, and I've been trying to participate in those as well. So that has sort of rounded out the last month. Of course, I won't steal Ms. Mello's thunder, but a lot of legislative budget and fiscal note process. This keeps our staff very busy during the legislative season as we need to review all of those bills, assess what the impact would be, and then provide an analysis and fiscal note impacts to legislative services. So that has kept us very busy as well. But Jennifer Mello will talk more about what those details look like. And that really concludes my report for today.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm going to go down the line and see if colleagues have questions. Board Member Durham.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Did we lose you, Mr. Durham, or can others of you hear him?
I cannot hear him, and it does look like his mic is off.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I seem to have trouble with this. Dr. Ansis, have you been able to determine how much money in the latest stimulus flows to Colorado schools, and how much of that money flows through the department?
We have that in our Thursday presentation for you.
Okay, fine.
If we can wait, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Board Member McClellan.
Nothing for me, but thank you for the report, Commissioner Anthus.
Thank you. Board Member Sheffel.
No, I don't have further questions. Thank you.
Board Member Escarzaga.
Thank you. Commissioner, I just have a quick question. Can you summarize what you're hearing from students?
Yeah.
Exactly what I was going to say.
Yeah, thank you, Board Member Escarzaga. Those conversations are some of the most interesting conversations I have now. I have another meeting with a different student group next week, and so I'm excited to hear that. It is so interesting how different the different students feel. We have had some students say they have really actually come out of their shell and enjoyed this last year. They have learned a lot about their learning style, and some of them, and I will say this was an accelerated student, someone who's probably very motivated and disciplined, but she loves the remote option because she can work at a fast pace, and then she has time for her job, after, or even in some cases during the school day or the work day, and has really had a nice time doing independent work to supplement her coursework and her teachers. And she's liked being able to connect with her teacher on a one-on-one basis, when she's moving through the content at her own pace. We had the exact opposite end of the spectrum, saying that this did not work for me at all. Having this remote only option, was very hard for me. And, I just felt like I wasn't getting the same amount of content. I felt like I wasn't getting the same support. And And then you had a mix in between saying, well, maybe we could, go back to a kind of a hybrid way where we're partially in school, but we partially do independent work. And so really ran the gamut. I will say that the common thread was they are all struggling with some mental health. Whether they were the student who liked the remote or not, they did tell some very difficult stories of their friends and themselves in some cases, feeling very isolated and kind of confused and disoriented about this year. And said that they weren't able to find all the resources they needed to talk to someone. And we heard one student who two of his friends attempted to take their lives. And so it was very sobering in terms of the mental health component that they all shared. That was pretty universal.
Thank you.
Board Member Esser, do you have any questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Antes. No, I have no questions. Thank you.
Board Member Rankin?
Yeah, I just have one question for the commissioner, but also my first comment is I'm sorry I called you a couple times. Your month has been so busy. I should have waited on that. Yeah,
no, but fine.
But you're always.
All of you can always call me. All of you can always call me. That is my job. That was one of my jobs.
You're always so busy. But here's a question along those lines. This licensure online. I mean, I think it's a great idea as long as it's the same licensure that we have had all along. It's just a different way of collecting it. But why now? I mean, I believe your office is over their heads busy, and then all of a sudden we're doing this at this time. Can you answer that for me?
Yeah, thank you, Board Member Rankin. Believe me, if we had known there was going to be a pandemic, we probably wouldn't have started this, but we had started this process. These big system changes take multiple years, right? So you have to do an RFP, and that's a 6-month process. You have to do a scope of work. That's a 2-month project. You have to do, so these projects usually start 2 to 3 years prior. And so this was started, it was underway. It was, we had saved the dollars for this. This is going to streamline and actually help staffing in the future. And so it was already underway, and we just needed to keep going.
Well, I think it's a great idea. And also I wanted to ask this question. Are there potential teachers from other states that will be able to access this, and this will open up the door to more conversations and the needs for teachers in our state?
Yes, Board Member Rankin, I do think that this will, again, offer more sort of streamlined applications and easier applications. And so we hope that this is one element of supporting our teacher pipeline from out of state or in state.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll just make one comment in relationship to Board Member Escarza's question. There are quite a number of state boards that have a student representative on the board. It's never been a discussion that's been encouraged in Colorado, but it is valued in other states to actually have a student sitting on the board. I've never figured out how those students manage 2 full days a month. I mean, I think those kinds of assignments are tricky for students, but I just wanted you to know that that is an option. So finding some other way for us to get this kind of feedback, I think will be very helpful, one that works out for the students.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. We can certainly arrange that. The COIAC group that we're starting to work with more often is the Colorado Youth, I'm going to get the acronym wrong, but they are sort of a legislated student group. And they are nominated by their congressional, delegation in the state capitol. And so they are kind of the sanctioned, student advisory group for legislators. And so we could certainly have representatives of that group come to give you all presentations or updates. And they're very good, and they have a broad swath of representation across our state.
Well, that's an interesting idea that we might want to talk about it. At least have a report, have these young people look at our agenda. And if there are particular areas where they feel they'd like to provide some input, that might be a way without going through the really challenging trying to figure out how to actually have a student representative sitting with us for 2 full days. So thank you very much. If we're ready, colleagues, I'd like to move to the next item, which is our update on legislative issues. Our legislative liaison, I hope, is here. She's not here.
Madam Chair, our legislative liaison is running, we're running a little ahead, so she is going to be here closer to 9:45. Can we move to the legislative priorities? I believe this is an area that we assigned to Board Members McClellan and Board Member Durham for us to vote on this. Board Member McClellan, do you have some comments?
I do not. I was not prepared to actually present. I was thinking Ms. Mello might do the presentation and then solicit feedback from board members. Perhaps Mr. Durham had another idea. I don't know.
Mr. Durham disappeared from my screen.
I didn't have another idea, but I'll make one up real quick. I think we did look at this, and it's really, I think it is either reflective or exactly the same as our previous legislative priorities. And we did circulate it to all the members of the board and ask for changes or suggestions. I think we received approval from everyone that this was adequate for the present time. We probably ought to take a little more time and review it, particularly if we could get to a board retreat would be a good place to really discuss it in depth. I don't know if we'll ever have another one of those, but if we do, that would be a good opportunity to do that. And so I think I feel comfortable moving that we approve this document as it's currently labeled as draft as our legislative priorities.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. That's a good second. Let me in particular ask our new board members. Board Member Esser, are you comfortable? You are comfortable. There are no changes that you are suggesting at this time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did read through the document carefully. I'm sure over time I'll learn more, but right now the document's fine.
Good. Board Member Escarzica.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had no questions, no feedback on the specific print, the specific items. They're very general. It makes sense to me. I think I had a couple questions more on the role of this document and how it's used and that kind of thing. And I think that would be for probably our legislative liaison to answer.
Well, it's circulated to the legislators, so they know in advance of a bill whether this is a position that we're likely to take. Of course, the devil is often in the details of a piece of legislation, but generally, Ms. Mello does share it with all the legislators at the beginning of the session, which is why we really want to approve it at this time in order to ensure they have something. And I think it's a good idea for us to look at it again, maybe when we do have a retreat. Ms. McClellan, did you have any more comments to make about it?
Yes, I think that's well put, Madam Chair. And I would just say this is something of a guiding document as we go forward with our work for us and for our lobbyist, Ms. Mello, and also as it sends a signal to our legislators about items that we're most likely to weigh in on. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, colleagues? Ms. Rankin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I didn't send this in, and could go for another year or could go for a retreat to discuss. If you look at some of the bills, and especially I look at 19-199, the READ Act, in there it talks about community engagement and the community understanding the science of teaching reading and continuing to basically educate what the changes are. So I think further down the list, there's, I was thinking we should add not just the parents, but community, because taxpayers are involved in this largest expense we have in our state, which is education. And if we just narrow down just the kids and the parents, people don't feel they have a voice. And I think there, at least from what I hear lately, there's a lot of community members that want to have a voice, and I think it should be reflected in our in that document. That's just my opinion there.
Well, why don't you make a note of that if you would, Board Member Rankin, and we'll bring that up when we discuss it, rather than changing it now on the fly.
Yeah, yeah.
It's a good topic for us to discuss.
Yeah, but we should. I guess my thought is too. Let's keep that in mind when we do everything
Absolutely.
we're doing, because that's an important. And I was on this committee before, but we didn't discuss this because it wasn't as urgent as I'm feeling the legislation's coming in now. So that's just my thought. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Are we ready to vote on this, colleagues? Any other comments? Board Member McClellan?
Yes, I just wanted to thank Board Member Rankin for bringing that up. I think that's good input, and I look forward to discussing that. And I think that is consistent with the viewpoint that Mr. Durham, I don't speak for Mr. Durham, obviously, but I think we do try to weigh what's happening in the community with respect to the needs in terms of workforce development, for example, and other constituencies. So I think that if we look forward to incorporating that explicitly within our priorities, that would be a good discussion for us to have and an appropriate one. So thank you for bringing that up.
Great, thank you. Ms. Maramba, would you call the vote, please?
Board Member Durham.
Yes.
Board Member Escarzaga.
Yes.
Board Member Esser.
Yes.
Board Member McClellan.
Yes.
Board Member Rankin.
Yes.
Board Member Shuffle.
Yes.
Board Member Schroeder.
Yes.
That passes unanimously.
And on that note, Ms. Mello just showed up, so if I may turn that over. Are you ready, Ms. Mello?
I am.
We did just vote on the legislative platform, but we are ready for item 7.01, which is a report from you, etc.
Well, great.
Please.
Good morning, everybody. It's a little harder for me to rearrange things at the last minute during session. So sorry I wasn't able to get on when you guys were moving a little bit faster than you normally do, which is great. Congratulations on that. Believe it or not, we are on day 61 of the legislative session. That is significant because constitutionally we are limited to 120 days for a legislative session. Math is not generally my strong point, but I can tell you what that means is we're just a teeny tiny bit over halfway through, which seems, I think for most of us, really hard to believe because it feels like we've been in session forever. Personally, I feel like we've been in session since January of 2020. But technically, we are just about halfway through. If they take all the time available to them, they will finish by June 14th. It is possible they will end up a little bit sooner than that, maybe by Memorial Day, maybe a few days after that. You know, all of this is very much to be determined, and we won't really know until we get much closer. But that's what we know now about the timing of the General Assembly schedule. You know, they continue. I think the majority leaders in both chambers are doing a really good job managing the calendar. You know, bills are getting introduced, they're getting heard in committee, you know, in a timely way, not in a rushed way, but in a timely way. And then they go to the floor and move their way through. So they're not backed up necessarily. It's not like there's a whole lot of things kind of that have been introduced that they're just sitting there waiting to deal with. So that is, I think, encouraging. I think it's good for the process. That being said, there are more bills to come. You know, we definitely will continue to see bills introduced for another, I would say, at least month or so, if not 6 weeks. I think we have seen the bulk of certainly the really big substantive stuff in K-12 education, with one exception, and I'm going to talk about that later in the report. But so it's not like I'm expecting a ton of new education bills, but there will be some new stuff that will come our way. So that's where we are. Quick budget update. The budget is working its way through the legislative process. It was considered and voted on by the Senate last week, passed out of the Senate 34-1. It is in the House this week. The House is going to be debating the bill on second reading today. There are 95 amendments. 95 is a big number. It's a lot of amendments. It's going to be a long day in the House. I was able to skim through those just about an hour ago. I will tell you the phrase Department of Education shows up a lot. That being said, I don't think there's going to be very much that will be added to the budget that is particularly substantive or impactful on the department. Most of the amendments that get proposed will not get on the bill. And even those that do have a tendency to not stay on the bill, as it goes through its very, very final stage of the process. The one exception to that I will note that I think is a possibility of staying on is $10 million for special education. That got added in the Senate. It's been taken off of the bill at this moment. They'll try to, and I think they will successfully put it back on in the House today. And it's possible that when the bill goes back to the JBC for the final steps, that will stay on. I'm not sure, but I think I would give that one a better chance than any of the others. So let's see. And just in general, in terms of the budget, I mean, you all remember that we went through quite an extensive process last fall to really think about how to be good citizens in this budget process, how to kind of take our fair share of the cuts. Turns out we didn't really need to do a whole lot of cutting. I want to emphasize, remind you all and for our vast listening audience that we did not know that at the time. So it wasn't like those cuts were suggested by the department and the board out of any sort of spite or anything like that. At the time, our understanding was we were in a big budget crisis and we were going to need to cut more. And so that's why we went through that process. Now, as things have evolved, turns out that's not the situation we were in. Hindsight is 2020. At the end of the day, very few of the budget reductions that you all suggested the JBC consider were actually adopted. We will work on getting you a comprehensive list about that. These things happen in bits and pieces and kind of all throughout the process. So we're trying to wait till the budget goes through, and then we'll come back to you and give you a real clear update on the things that you said to the JBC and what happened with each of those. But we just need to wait for things to finish up first. The other thing I will say about the budget is, while this current budget is fairly flush, there's a lot of money. It feels like just a lot of money. And I'm just talking state budget right now. I'm not even talking federal stuff. That is not believed to be a sustainable situation. In other words, that's kind of a one-time thing. We're seeing a lot of extra money now. We will not necessarily see that trend continue. But it is a lot of one-time money. I mean, there's been about $800 million has been set aside for what they're calling state stimulus package bills. Some of those will touch K-12. There's some broadband. There's some early childhood stuff. BEST is a fairly significant beneficiary of some of those one-time stimulus dollars. So those are coming through in the forms of pieces of legislation that we just run through our normal process. But they're working very hard to make sure that those are spent on one-time things and that we're not creating ongoing obligations with one-time money. So that's a lot of kind of introductory to some extent and background material. Next, I want to talk about the 3 bills you guys have up for a vote. And then after that, I'm going to give you an update on some of the other bills that we've talked about or that have been submitted. Before I do any of that, just anything you need me to talk about in general about session, timing, pacing, budget that I did not address? Maybe like physically raise your hand if there's something, and then that way we don't have to go through the whole thing. Okay, I'm not seeing any raised hands. I think I can see all of you. Oh, Carla has a question.
Thank
Dr.
you
Sorry.
for your report so far. I just wondered, the $800 million you're talking about is from the long bill? Is that correct?
Madam Chair, Board Member Esser, no, actually it's not.
Okay.
It's, well, basically it's a set aside. So the long bill has a line that says, and then we're going to put $800 million to these things, and it
Okay.
doesn't really specify. And then there will be specific bills attached to each component of that 800 million that will move through the process.
Okay, good. That clarifies it. Thank you.
Of course. You will see there are a couple of those already showing up on your bill chart. So, when they're related to K-12, we'll track them that way. Okay, I'm going to hop into the bills, seeing no objection to me doing so. And I'm going to go from easiest and quickest to explain to longest and more challenging to explain. Let's start with Senate Bill 206. This is the bill that extends the continuous spending authority for the teacher cash licensure fund. This is something that we request every 3 years. So far, they've only been willing to give it to us in 3-year chunks of time. Having continuous spending authority allows that part of the department to really adjust to the ebbs and flows of the licensure process. You don't get the same number of licenses every month of the year, license applications, right? It does this, and the continuous spending authority lets you adjust your staffing and workload and all of that to go with the ebbs and flows. It's really a key tool in keeping the wait times down as much as possible. Your legislative contacts are recommending a support position on it. It is moving through with the budget. It is a JBC sponsored bill, which is something that we, strategically worked to make happen. And that's a good thing for that type of legislation. It lets it move through fairly quickly and without, getting too caught up in some of the details that sometimes get us tripped up. It is out of the Senate, and it'll be on second reading on the House floor today, along with the budget. So I don't know if Board Member McClellan or Vice Chair Durham have anything they want to say, but they are recommending a support position to you on that particular piece of legislation.
Yeah, Madam Chair. You're muted, I think.
I think she's saying you can go ahead, Mr. Vice Chair.
Okay. Well, this is a bill we do request. Some agencies and some programs have continuous spending authority that never expires. For some reason, we've not quite been able to get in that position. These are cash funds that that vary from month to month and year to year, and continuous spending authority allows us to manage the budget for that particular activity in a proper fashion. So at the appropriate time, I'd move to support Senate Bill 206.
And I'll second.
I think our Madam Chair is having an audio problem.
So Ms. Maramba, do you want to call the roll?
Yes, I'm happy to. Board Member Durham.
Yes.
Board Member Escarza.
Yes.
Board Member Esser.
Yes?
Board Member McClellan.
Yes.
Board Member Rankin.
Yes.
Board Member Schaffel.
Yes.
Board Member Schroeder. That's a yes. That passes unanimously.
Isn't it so much fun to meet electronically all the time? All the new things we're learning. Madam Chair, I'm going to just keep proceeding unless I see different body language from you. Our next piece of legislation is House Bill 1010, the Diverse K-12 Educator Workforce Report. This requires CDE, along with the Department of Higher Ed, to convene a work group on educator diversity or diversity in the educator workforce, investigate, describe the different barriers. The goal here is very much to make some actionable recommendations that can come back to the legislature, and then they can do whatever this group thinks should be done. I will say, this is not the first piece of legislation like this that we have seen, nor is it the first report on this topic that we've seen. In my tenure with you all, there's been 2 others of these. So there's a little bit of a history of let's do the work and the study, but then it's the implementation, I think, that has been a struggle for the state. The proponents of this bill are certainly aware of that history, and I think are trying, or they have all the right intentions to not do that. Of course, we'll have to, we don't know exactly what will happen next year, right? Because we can't predict the future perfectly. But the other thing the bill does, in addition to the work group, I just want to mention, it requires the Department of Higher Ed already produces information around teacher preparation programs on enrollment, the graduates, the outcome of their graduates, and their performance on assessments that are administered for licensure, which I think often, almost always, is the praxis, just to try to make it more clear what we're talking about. Dr. Esser's nodding her head, so that makes me think I am saying it the right way. This requires them to, they already do that, but this does 2 changes. It requires them to disaggregate that data by gender, race, and ethnicity, and it requires that it get posted on both their website and our website. So that's kind of a separate part of the bill. I think, again, that's, well, just a separate part of the bill. I'll just leave it at that. I think Board Member McClellan is recommending a support position on the bill, and so I will turn it over to her if that's okay, which I'm going to guess that it is, and see what she has to add.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mello. Yes, I particularly wanted to give our board a chance to weigh in and hopefully vote to support this bill. It would direct the Department of Higher Education and the Colorado Department of Education jointly to impanel a group to look at barriers to recruiting and retaining a diverse educator workforce. Currently, we have a much smaller percentage of Black and Latino teachers than our population, and we know that students benefit from a diverse educator workforce. It helps them to have teachers who understand their life experience and, frankly, teachers who look like them. And we have a mismatch and an underrepresentation for diverse communities here in Colorado. So my hope is that this will be part of a successful effort for us to help address that concern and to improve the educational outcomes for students who need it most. Thank you.
Does anybody else have anything they'd like to add on that, or I don't know if, sorry, this is not really normally my role, but if Board Member McClellan would like to make a motion.
Oh, sure, of course, yes. I move to support House Bill 21-1010, Diverse K-12 Educator Workforce. And I was searching while I was talking for the exact statistics for you, but it's worth noting that less than 10% of all teachers in Colorado currently identify as Black or Latino, and our representation of students who identify Black or Latino is much larger than that. So we really do have a mismatch. And my hope is that the department and the Department of Higher Education can work together to help identify what the most difficult barriers are, so that we can solve this and move forward with a more diverse educator workforce. Thanks.
Can I ask a question, Madam Chair? My question to you, Rebecca, or to you, Madam Chair, or whomever, or to Ms. Mello, is there a fiscal note with it?
Board Member Scheffel, yes, there is. It's about a $30,000 fiscal note. 20 of that is for the work the Department of Ed is required to do. The rest is the work required by the Department of Higher Ed. The bill was in the House Appropriations Committee yesterday, which was its first stop in appropriations, and they did fund that fiscal note.
Okay, so my only thought would be, we know we have so much data on this issue. It exists already. And there have been lots of study groups that have already convened about it. And it just strikes me as, I don't know, maybe the wrong focus in terms of governance to pass a bill like this. I mean, just because we have the reports, We have the data. We know it's an issue. There's all kinds of programs out there to attract a greater diversity in the teaching profession. And I guess I just hate to spend another $30,000, although it's not that much money, to again kind of say the same thing and keep spinning the issue. I'd rather do something about it. And I just wonder if anybody has any thoughts on that. I mean, some of these bills, it's like, gee, they're really, seems like there's other things. I mean, there's actionable things that can be done as opposed to more studying and more reports. And I don't know, it just strikes me as a focus of governance that sort of slows things down and keeps spinning the same thing as opposed to actually doing something. Any thoughts on that?
I don't think that's a question for me. I think that's a question for your fellow board members.
It is.
Well, I think, Madam Chair, hopefully this bill is corrected in terms of implementing solutions rather than identifying problem. The problem is, as Dr. Scheffel noted, well understood and clearly documented. So the question is, are there strategies that might successfully deal with the problem? I don't know realistically if this study group is going to make any suggestions that haven't been suggested before. And I also don't think it's a matter of implementation. I think there's an effort to implement those studies. Those ideas, they just so far haven't really worked very well. So we'll see. I think as Dr. Scheffel noted, this is a relatively small amount of money. Hopefully it'll make a difference. We'll see down the road.
Board Member
Sorry.
Board Member Durham, if you wouldn't mind taking over as chair at the time being, I think our chair is having some technical issues. Okay. And I do believe there's a motion on the floor, and to continue discussion, we should probably have a second.
I'll second that for discussion purposes.
Thank you, Board Member Durham. And then if you want to take over from leading the
okay, let's see. Would anybody else have any comments on the motion to support House Bill 1010?
Mr. Durham, I do. Would it be all right to jump in?
Please.
Thank you so much. This is a little bit different in that this really focuses on the transparency with respect to passage rates. So passage rates on the Praxis, exam passage rates. So it's providing that transparency to really help us get at the heart of some of the greatest challenges for not just recruitment, but retention of a diverse teacher workforce. So I hope that helps.
And Board Member McClellan, do you mean pass rates on the Praxis, disaggregating it by demographic groups and then posting it? Because I think that data also is already out there. But is that what you're saying?
Ms. Mello, does this, at the granular level, is that, do we have the data with respect to how disaggregated this data gets with respect to the Praxis passage rates for teachers of color?
I'm going to answer, and if I say it wrong, I'm going to assume Colleen O'Neill will pop up on our screen, and Vice Chair Durham will call on her. But my understanding is that right now they don't disaggregate the data, nor do they publish it. So they are collecting the information already. And yeah, someone could get that. I mean, if I went to either department and said, hey, I want to know XYZ, we could get that information. It's the disaggregation that's not necessarily happening. And it's public data, so you can get it if you ask, but it's not being kind of pushed out there on a website right now. Did I do that right, Colleen? I'm thinking maybe I didn't since you're on my screen. Oh, yes. Okay, yay.
And may I jump in with another thought? This looks at having it posted by preparation program and by first-time pass rate as well. So we can see, are we bumping up against a level of frustration with teachers of color or teacher candidates of color having trouble passing it for the first time out of particular preparation programs, so that we can really help to make sure that their entry into the field is successful.
Yep. Thank you for adding that. I do think it's that first time passage that is part of the data that they're looking for. I know that Board Member Esser looks like she's got her electronic hand up as well.
Board Member Esser?
Thank you, Member Durham. A couple of questions. This panel, is it in the bill exactly the makeup of the panel? Number one. And number two, some of our preparation programs have so few and I'm sure Dr. Scheffel can speak to this as well, so few students of color that you could get into a problem of they can be identified if we put the percentage of students of color, meaning university students of color, who don't pass the practice the first time around. So those are my questions. How does that look?
Let me, if you don't mind, I will say yes, the bill. Sorry, my Acrobat has decided to only show me things in teeny tiny font. The bill does put some specifications around the work group. Here we go. So a representative of DHE, a representative CDE, deans of teacher prep programs, directors of alternative teacher programs, representatives from community college, teachers serving in traditional school districts who hold an initial or professional license, teachers in charter schools, principals in traditional schools, graduates of teacher prep programs who may include graduates who do not pass the licensing test on the first try, researchers with expertise, and nonprofit organizations with expertise. So this is fairly common for it to list like the buckets, if you will, and then leave it to, in this case, the joint departments to kind of fill the individuals in those buckets. And I'm sorry, I was trying to scramble to find that. Can you state your second question again, and I'll see if I can answer that as well.
Ms. Esser, I can answer the second question. We would have the standard data suppression rules in place. We do that quite often if the N size is too small. So we would, make sure that and that might be telling as well. If you have to suppress all that, it just shows that we're not getting enough in the system.
Thank you.
Okay.
It doesn't seem like we have any other questions or comments on that bill. Oh, I was wrong.
Does anybody have
Thank you. I just wanted to throw in, I spoke about transparency, but for those who may not have had a chance to take a look at the bill, just so that you know, this does make that data all the more available by having it placed on the Department of Higher Ed website, as well as on the Department of Education website. So you can see it both from the department that's impacted by whether or not we did a good job recruiting and retraining and retaining, and also the Department of Higher Ed in Colorado. So people can see with greater transparency if we're having teacher prep programs that are doing an especially great job of recruiting and preparing a diverse educator workforce, and they're having a good rate of first-time passage and successful entry into their chosen career where they are so needed. That's more transparent and easier for people to find, including those who would be thinking about entering the profession. So I think it does add something that we don't currently have happening, and I think it would be a step in the right direction as we work on solving this challenge.
Okay. Any other comments? Ms. Moran, would you please call the roll?
Board Member Durham.
Yes.
Board Member Skarziga.
Yes.
Board Member Esser.
Yes.
Board Member McClellan.
Yes.
Board Member Rankin.
Yes.
Board Member Scheffel.
No, and I would just say the reason I say that is just because I would rather solve the problem than keep studying the problem. And I just think there's so much data out there that says what we need to do. There's not much money, but I guess it's just so easy to say, yes, let's keep studying. I would rather do something. I know that data is still available, it is already available, and we already expose that data for transparency. So I guess I don't see value add, but I appreciate the initiative.
Board Member Schroeder? Yes. That passes 6-1.
Thank you. Mr. Vice Chair, may I go on to the next bill?
Please.
Okay. The next bill is Senate Bill 185, supporting, let's see, this is where the split screen gets hard, supporting educator workforce in Colorado. This is a bill sponsored in the Senate by Senators Rachel Zenzinger and Bob Rankin. It is sponsored by Representative Barbara McLaughlin and Julie McCluskey in the House. The bill, there's a lot in this bill. And by background, I want to say that this comes out of some work that has been done in the last several months, convened by the Keystone Center. They brought a whole bunch of folks together to kind of talk about teacher workforce, how to improve educator supports for teacher practice, how to create systemic shifts that can build off learning to create higher quality or higher quality workforce. So there's a whole body of work that kind of preceded this piece of legislation. The legislation itself, like I said, has multiple different parts. Let's see. I just apologize. This is not the kind of thing I can memorize. Certainly not this time of year. My brain's there's only so much space there. So I've got some cheat notes here. But okay, the bill allows a school district to employ a person who holds an adjunct instructor authorization to teach in all content areas to address recruiting challenges and establish a more diverse workforce. A person who holds an adjunct instructor authorization as employed by the school district may teach only under the general supervision of a licensed professional, and the school district and the charter school cannot employ that person as a full-time teacher. So that's one main component of the bill. Secondly, it creates the Educator Recruitment and Retention Program, which would be known as ERR, within CDE, your department, to provide support to members of the armed forces, also non-military affiliated educator candidates and local education providers to recruit, select, train, and retain highly qualified educators across the state. Eligible ERR program participants may receive up to $10,000 towards their tuition costs for participating in educator prep. Again, Dr. O'Neill is by far more the expert on this than I am, but I can tell you that this portion of the bill builds off the Troops to Teachers program that the department has administered, I think with federal dollars for several years, that has been pretty successful in meeting its goals of getting more folks into the teaching workforce. Third part of the bill requires department to direct resources to publicize existing teacher prep programs, requires the department to provide technical support to school districts, BOCES, and charter schools to assist them in accessing existing programs and recruiting individuals to pursue teaching. So that's 3 of 5. The fourth part of the bill creates what's called the Teacher Recruitment Education and Prep Program, forever forward to be known as the TREP or TREP program. The objectives there are to increase the number of students entering the teaching profession and to create a more diverse teacher workforce. The TREP part is set up very similar to the existing Ascent program, which is one of the programs the department administers that kind of blends that end of high school, beginning of college experience, and this mirrors that in many ways by allowing a qualified program participant to concurrently enroll in post-secondary courses in the 2 years following the year when they were in 12th grade. Basically, it gives them 5th and 6th year in order to pursue the teaching profession. One of the things we had clarified in the bill from a technical perspective early on was that while it's looks a lot like the Ascent program, it is separate. So there's no competition for the existing Ascent slots created by this program. The fifth component of the bill requires the State Board for Community Colleges and the Department of Higher Ed and the Deans of the Schools of Education in Colorado Institutions of Higher Ed to collaborate and design a teaching career pathway for individuals to enter the teaching profession. So there will be a quiz. I will now ask each of you to repeat what I just said in detail, without any notes even. I jest a little bit, obviously. We have to have a little fun with all of this. Like I said, it's a big bill. There's a lot of components to it. The other thing that's important to note about this piece of legislation is that there is already money set aside to fund it in the budget. Again, this is kind of like that 800 million we talked about before. This money has been set aside by the Joint Budget Committee as a placeholder that can then fund this work. For everything I just ran through, it's an $8 million set aside for the upcoming budget year. So I'm going to take a breath and I'm going to see, sorry, one last point. Your legislative contacts, Board Member McClellan and Vice Chair Durham are recommending a support position on the bill. And now I'm going to turn it over to the two of them.
Questions from any member of the board for Ms. Mello or for the members of your legislative committee? Hearing none, is there? Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Yes. Ms. Esser, go ahead. Please proceed.
Thank you, Member Durham. And I saw the other two ladies also had their hands up, Member Rankin and Dr. Sheffel. I just have a question as to what exactly qualifies as an affiliate teacher. I know what affiliate means. I know what affiliate professor is. But I think I heard you say they can be an affiliate, for example, in the area of science as an engineer, but they would be allowed to teach all subject areas. Is that correct?
Dr. Esser, the bill uses the term adjunct, but I'm going to defer to Dr. O'Neill because this is a level of specificity I don't know that I can answer.
Dr. O'Neill.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you for the question, Dr. Esser. So this is an adjunct authorization, and we've had it in statute for quite some time. And what the adjunct did previously was it limited to any endorsement areas that we don't have. So my example generally is things like French literature. This is an area where someone who is offering a French literature course could employ potentially someone from higher ed or something like that through the adjunct authorization for specifically French literature. The ESRI committee that Ms. Mello talked about earlier identified a need for a broader use of the adjunct authorization. And so what they did is they kind of suggested removing the fact that it was only for endorsement areas that we don't have, and allowing just a little bit more flexibility, but not necessarily a full-time teacher under that. So there's a very small change in this piece of legislation.
Okay, thank you, Dr. O'Neill, and thank you, Co-Chair Durham.
And let's see, who else had a question? I'm sorry.
I have one.
Dr. Schroeder?
No, it's Dr. Steffel. Am I back on, guys?
You're on.
Oh, thank you. I finally had to move floors and go to a different computer.
We see you.
So you're back in charge. All right.
Thank you, Doc. Thank you, Mr. Durham. I appreciate your help.
So, Madam Chair, I have a question.
Go. Yes.
I don't know who to address it to, but anyway, doesn't this make it more difficult for charters that want to hire people that are content experts but are not licensed? It says, remind me of that phrase that you were speaking to student teachers and that they have to work. What did you say, Ms. Mello, about the student teacher comment about working with a licensed teacher and all that?
Oh, yeah. So the adjunct teacher has to be under the general supervision of a licensed teacher. I did say that. You're right in describing the bill. But I, again, would defer to Dr. O'Neill in terms of kind of what that means as a response to your question.
Okay. So what does that mean, Colleen? What does it mean that a charter high school, let's say, or maybe any high school, well, probably would be a charter high school, right? Who wanted to hire somebody in a content area that's quite narrow, for which there's no endorsement, and they find a content expert. And what are the implications again?
So that's a great question, Dr. Scheffel. I think there's two things. One, the adjunct authorization prior to this piece of legislation didn't include charter schools at all, and didn't allow for them to utilize the adjunct authorization if they wanted to. So it's been included in there. And then I think the provision for under the direction of a licensed educator has been added. I don't have the background on why that was added specifically from kind of the ESRI group or the bill sponsors. However, what I do know is that charters often have the waiver provision, which allows them to hire most independently from educator license. So it could be a balance of both. There was a recommendation to make sure that charter schools were included in this if they wanted to utilize it in some capacity or another. Otherwise, if they have a waiver in place already, they're free to hire whichever direction they want to go without a license.
Do we need to vote on this today, Madam Chair? It strikes me as a huge bill with lots of implications, and I haven't really had a chance to discuss all these features. I mean, what was mentioned, a teacher career pathway with teacher prep. I mean, teacher prep is a teacher career pathway. What does it mean that CDE would now be working with IHEs for a teacher preparation, a teacher pathway? I mean, they're in a program. I don't know. Do we need to vote on this today? I haven't read this thoroughly. There's a lot in here.
Ms. Mello, can you help us with that? What's the timing on the bill?
Yeah, I can. Apologies. I believe the bill, okay, I'm with you. The bill is still waiting for an appropriations hearing in the Senate. So it's been through its first committee of reference, and that's as far as it's gotten. So from a timing process of it moving through the legislature, it's not mission critical, I think, that you make a decision today. Obviously, I'll defer to you all collectively as to whether you're ready to do that or not.
I mean, just on first blush, it seems to add a lot of potentially bureaucratic layers for IHEs. And I guess I'd like to look at the implications for that and what the value is for those layers of engagement. So that would just be my thought.
Dr. Scheffel, in the meantime, what sort of data would you be looking for?
I just want to read this carefully and understand the ongoing funding for it and implications as far as workload for higher ed institutions and teacher prep programs, and relate that to value add. What is the added value here?
Okay,
I can't articulate.
Right. What I was wondering was whether you or we should request input from charters. Are you concerned that charters are somehow impacted negatively?
That's one issue that might affect their ability to hire, and then the use of this adjunct distinction. You know, what are the implications of that? Is that a good thing or not a good thing? I just need to read the bill more carefully and then think through it, you know, as far as the implications.
You're asking for some more time. And
yes.
So colleagues McClellan and Durham, are you fine with that? It sounds like there might be enough time. I'd rather make sure we're all comfortable before we vote. If the timing is reasonable, we have 2 weeks until we meet again.
I don't think any urgency, Madam Chair, with this. If it gets to be, if there gets to be some pressure to move more quickly, we can always have an electronic vote later on.
Board Member McClellan, are you fine with that?
I think so. If we could just get confirmation from Ms. Mello that that would not negatively impact our effectiveness with respect to the timing of the bill and where it is in the process.
I mean, I don't want to say it has no impact, right? Because then that would be saying that when you guys take a position, it doesn't matter. So why would we, bother to do this anytime? So, I mean, it's not, there is some level of impact in you all waiting. Is it going to make the difference in the bill passing or not? Probably not at this point in the process.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Mello.
Ms. Mello, has there been feedback from higher ed?
Yeah, I can tell you, I was just trying to look that up when we were discussing MSU, which is Metropolitan State University, right? That's what that stands for, yes, is supportive of the bill, as is the community college system.
Okay.
If that's helpful.
So, Dr. Scheffel, I'm fine with us laying it over until we have our legislative conference, but please reach out if you need some more information.
I will. Remind me of the name of the bill, the number and name of the bill again.
Sure.
Ms. Mello?
It's Senate Bill 185.
Okay, got it.
Supporting educator workforce in Colorado. You know, we all have these cell phones that sit next to us and buzz while we have conversations. I'm sure there's lots of people who are more than happy to be on standby and answer any questions that any of you have, but you in particular, Dr. Shuffle.
Great,
It looks like Board Member Rankin might have a question or something to say.
Yep, I see your hand. Board Member Rankin?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Mello, for that report. When you started out and said it's such a huge bill with 5 parts, my initial thought of that is there's something in there I don't like. I just know it. There's too many things in there. But after reading the bill and thinking further on that, if you recall, it was either the last meeting or the meeting before where I had called in. I have a substitute license too, that I go through some of these processes to see how difficult they are. And that's the only time I've had a question like this and had the first ring someone in the department pick it up. And that was in the Troops to Teachers program. And I did take the class that they had, but I see where all of these different ideas fit together better at CDE as a group rather than the silo effect. And I really like the things that have emerged in the last few years, but now this bill kind of grabs all of them together. And what that answers for me is more teachers for rural Colorado, more options to get people into the classroom in rural Colorado, where many times they're desperately needed. And that's kind of how I look at that. That adjunct professor was a big question I had. And when I looked further into it, they many times just teach that one course that, you know, it may be a 1 year, it may be a 2 year, but they don't get paid like a full-time certified teacher. It's to take up that, what was it, French history, language, or whatever course that may be offered in a school. So after reading this bill, I believe it will be extremely helpful to get more teachers understanding what it takes, because it's all explained in this one course I took very well. And they have people that will actually answer individual questions of the people that are on the outside looking for answers rather than electronic. So that's just my 2 cents on this bill. But I think it is something that we need. Ms. Mello, Madam Chair, I'm going to ask her one more question. Is there a sunset on this?
Well, that is a great question. If you're trying to play Stump the Lobbyist, you win. There has been, I'm jesting. There has been discussion of putting a sunset on some portions of the bill. The sunset has to be kind of long, right? Because it takes a long time for these programs to show impact, right? I mean, if you're talking about working with people who are sophomores in high school right now, and we're trying to figure out if they become teachers, right? Like, that's a long time horizon. What I'm not 100% sure on is whether that amendment got added in the first committee, the Senate Education Committee, or whether the intention is to add it on the floor, or whether there's no intention to add it. So I will certainly look into that and get back to you on it.
I guess the reason I mention that is they're usually 5 years, and at the end of 5 years, they come back and report on it. If there's not a sunset, is there a report that we would receive every so many years to see what the impact is? I think that's always important when these fiscal notes are in that, but those would just be my 2 questions. But otherwise, I'm very comfortable with this bill.
Okay.
If it makes
we
any
will get more
difference.
detail on that. I mean, I do think there is some reporting requirements in the bill, and I've also been privy to some conversations about strengthening those too. So when we either bring this to you in 2 weeks for a vote, or if we do it more quickly by electronic, we'll make sure to address those questions.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thanks for the report.
Of course. Madam Chair, I know we're tight on time here. May I just mention a couple of other bills? And then, okay. I did just want to highlight a few things for you on bills that we've discussed. One, there's been, I think you all are aware that there's been a lot of talk about an audit bill for the accountability system. The bill has not been introduced, which is why we haven't really talked very much about it here. We do expect it to be coming. I think that, to me, that is the biggest education bill that we know is coming that has not yet been introduced. So just wanted to put that out there that we are aware of it. We know it's coming. It's just not there yet. The piece of legislation that you all may remember that you took a formal neutral position on about standardized testing being optional for college admissions purposes is through the House. It was supposed to be in Senate Education this morning. I believe it got pulled from the calendar. I can't quite confirm that because I'm on with you all, so I can't call all of them, but it would appear from the reporting mechanisms that I have access to that for some reason they did not hear that bill in Senate Education this morning. That's as much as I know in this moment. Senate Bill 119, which has to do with kind of concurrent enrollment and some of those programs that you have a support position on, is through the Senate, waiting for its first House committee hearing. Excuse me. Finally, Senate Bill 151, which has to do with making literacy curriculum at the school level more available and obvious for parents and others, did pass the Senate. The bill was, and you all support the bill, it was amended really heavily in the Senate Education Committee and then never went to appropriations and moved really quickly through the Senate floor. I do want to flag for you all that the amendments that were made in the Senate probably do drive a fiscal note. So we've been working with the fiscal note staff at the Capitol, the bill sponsors, to say, okay, just hold on. The changes you made have some implications. Let's just make sure everybody's aware of that and have that conversation. We very often will say engage in a conversation with legislators who, trust me, never want a fiscal note on their bill. Like that never is something that they're like, oh, thank you very much. So we often will help them make suggestions to say, we get it. You don't want a fiscal note. If you wrote it this way, we think that could help you accomplish your goal without driving costs. So we'll be engaging in that process with that bill, hopefully before it comes up for a House Education Committee hearing, which I don't believe has been scheduled. Those
are the amendments substantive? Do they change? Do they
Yes.
change the intent?
Well, what they do is change the bill has introduced required that districts and schools post the information. The amendments create a process where they give that information to the Department of Ed, which they are doing in some form already, but it's not necessarily a form that is easily kind of extractable, right? They come in as part of the UIPs. And so it created this process where CDE has to go in, pull that data out, massage it, do something with it, and then send it back for posting as well as posting it on our website. So we've kind of gotten inserted into the process, and we just need to have more conversations with sponsors and proponents to try to sort through what the goal of that is. Is that the best way of accomplishing that goal, and try to get us all on the same page again.
Was this requested by staff?
The amendments were not requested by us. No, we were not actually aware of the amendments until they were added. And then, unfortunately, the bill passed unanimously, which is great, right? You all support it. It's great that it passed unanimously. That put it on the consent calendar in the Senate, which made it move. I tried to slow it down, but they said, no, just fix it in the House. So just letting you all know that we're still in a supportive position, but we're just engaging around some of the details.
Thank you.
That's all I have, unless there's any questions about any other specific legislation for me.
Thank you. So we're not going to vote on this last one until the end of the month at our legislative meeting. Any other questions, colleagues? Sorry, I've been kind of out of pocket, and I know that on the screen I'm not as it should be. However, I have one computer that has no microphone. I have another one that has the camera doesn't work, and I don't know what happened to my iPad this week, but it didn't work either. So it's time for us to get together, I guess.
I think Dr. Escarzaga has a question.
Yeah, I do. I see her. I don't see her, but I see her hand. Board Member Escarzaga, you're there somewhere.
I did want to ask more about that audit bill that you just mentioned in passing, because I know it's getting a lot of airtime and it's getting a lot of work. And I guess I'm trying to figure out, in a little bit, the process, because my understanding is the department's really been engaged with this bill for whatever reason. I mean, obviously it impacts the department so much. Where does the direction come from for you, I think, lobbyist Mello, liaison? for those changes. And then and maybe this is really for our board liaisons, are they involved in this and you're listening and working with them and they're representing the board? I'm just a little confused because and you probably have heard it too. I just hear notes and I hear folks talk about it and they say, well, here's what the department's asking for, et cetera, et cetera. And I say, I'm in the dark. I have no idea. I haven't heard a thing. But I think that may not be, it may be atypical, it may not be. So maybe you could just help me understand where we as a board would have input into such a large bill like this prior to it getting introduced, because we're not in the position or at least I'm not the one I used to be before, where that's what I would be doing. So I'm just curious if you could just talk about process.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a very fair question. And you're right, we have been engaged at the staff level. So a couple things. One, when we do that, and I know you've heard me say this in a couple of different scenarios, it doesn't imply any position one way or another from our board, right? Like, so we are engaging to some extent at kind of a technical level and making sure that we can implement the requirements of the bill, talking about fiscal note. That's one way in which we're engaging. I'm not suggesting that's the only way. We are working with our legislative contacts, board member McClellan and Durham. We had this conversation with them just earlier this week to kind of check in and get some guidance. We can certainly do that. I mean, I'm happy to chat with any of you at any point along the way. I mean, I will tell you, it's a high priority for us to make sure that we are reflecting the board's priorities in those conversations. And so, chatting and making sure that we're doing that, I think is useful and helpful. So happy to engage further in that.
Okay. All right. I'll give you a call.
Okay.
Anything else, colleagues? Thank you, thank you, Ms. Mello. And thank you, board members. I'm going to suggest a 15-minute break at this time, and then we are back on schedule.
Have a great day. Thanks, everybody.
Okay, Corey. All right, Madam Chair, we're live.
Thank you. Colleagues and members of the public, we want to take time to recognize and read public comments that we've received this month prior to 5 p.m. yesterday. As we're still in remote platform, we encourage members of the public to submit written comments to the board office. These have been distributed to us in advance, and they'll also be posted on board docs. At this time, I'll ask our director to please read public comments that have come into the board office in the order they were received. Comments are for a maximum of 3 minutes for a total of, I guess, 10 minutes today. Ms. Maramba?
Sure. Madam Chair, the first one is from Julie Lamb, and she says, is anyone listening? For the past 11 years, I was a parent advocate using my voice to try and help create a better environment for our teachers and students in Douglas County School District. We had what were called reformers slide into the Board of Education roles based on politics, taxes, and choice, not best practice for teachers and students, nor an aligned curriculum or equity-based education across the district. There were fear-mongering, intimidation, and other forms of bullying that created huge departures of many, many great experienced and seasoned teacher mentors. DCSD was known as the most interesting school district in America. While working towards a comeback, the DCSD Board of Education turned over 3 seats and then finally all 4, and then another election in 2019 to keep in place what we considered the good guys who ran on community, fiscal transparency, teachers and students first, aligned curriculum, and change in culture. While a bond was won, it is not clear the promises were kept with regards to teacher pay and school Tier 1 upgrades and repairs. You see, there are things missing from line items of the bond MLO, which questions the fiscal transparency. Principals are given full autonomy over SBB, as well as school investigations along with curriculum, leaving questions of the equity issues and the haves and have-nots. While this past year we have been in a pandemic, DCSD has had a superintendent scandal, interim search scandal, and much sneaky behavior to cover up misdoings and policy breakings, as well as continued philosophy of protecting the district when there are adults in trust that are mandatory reporters. From the local government to the CDE and even the federal government, DCSD continues to dismiss, ignore parent, student, and teacher complaints, make deals under the table where athletics inside and outside clubs, along with facility use to benefit individuals, not students, and the most vulnerable learners that make up 12% of the students that fall under the ISS department are being hurt in the most regard, leaving many to take legal action. I know many who have reached out to the CDE for help, guidance, and support. We are then told to turn to other regulatory agencies who all seem to come frustrate parents and students with the same or similar responses. There seems to be no amount of evidence or truth that could ever support a student or parent. The thing is, Wikipedia defines public schools as a primary, secondary school that are available to everyone within a country's population. The schools are regulated and funded through government authority. And that is 3 minutes, so I will finish up. There's about 1 paragraph left.
Thank you.
Funding typically comes from taxation of the country's citizens, and the money is generally allocated through the government entity designed to oversee the public school system. While school districts, at least in Colorado, are under local control, it would seem that this is a spinning web always resorts back to the superintendent or board of education to resolve issues they refuse to, is leaving children with a lack of supports, confidence, a change in trajectory, and ruining lives of those who have been entrusted by adults in trust, who, mind you, are mandatory reporters. On top of all this, when there are agreed upon or accepted 302 resolutions by the district lawyer, there are not always completed or followed through on. Who is in charge? Who is holding them accountable? Who is listening? Julia Lamb. So the second one, start the timer. is Ashley Whelan. She says, Dear Colorado State Board of Education, I'm writing today on behalf of Hunger Free Colorado in support of the state of Colorado's plan to implement the pandemic EBT program using the school district level data. Hunger Free Colorado is a statewide anti-hunger advocacy organization that is working with the community leaders and partners to ensure every Coloradan has access to healthy and nutritious food needed to thrive. We have been doing quarterly surveys on food insecurity since the beginning of COVID-19. They show we are in a hunger crisis. Our December survey found that 38% of Coloradans were food insecure, almost 4 times the pre-pandemic rate. Even more concerning, over 50% of households with children indicated that they were struggling to provide food for their families. Given this reality, PEBT benefits are crucially important to supplementing the food needs of Colorado families with children. It is important that this program reaches as many eligible families as possible. With that in mind, the Colorado Department of Education and the Colorado Department of Human Services have created a plan for the next round of pandemic EBT to improve our data collection with the data directly from school districts on students who are eligible for free and reduced lunch. Only school districts have the accurate data needed to allow for benefits to be auto-issued to as many of the 370,000 eligible eligible children's families as possible. These benefits are likely to be in the tens of millions, if not over 100 million for these families. We are ecstatic that this state plan has now been approved by the United States Department of Agriculture because we know how much families need this help right now. In preparation for this plan, Hunger Free Colorado did outreach to districts starting last fall after the passage of federal legislation authorizing its continuation. We knew it was imperative that our state gets accurate student data and shared the importance of this with districts. As part of that outreach, we had over 41 school districts sign on to a letter in support of the state plan that includes them sharing this data with the state. We gathered these sign-ons even while our school districts were working hard to meet the many other needs they have had because of the COVID-19 pandemic. We support the state plan for implementation of the pandemic EBT that uses school district level data to ensure that every child and their family get these vital resources to cover the most basic and important need, food. We will continue to work with school districts and nutrition departments in partnership with food pantries, food banks, and other anti-hunger partners to prevent child hunger at the time of great economic stress for families. We are committed to helping CDE and CDHS conduct outreach about the pandemic EBT program, the free and reduced lunch program, and collection of data needed for it to work best. The hunger-free crisis families are facing is extraordinary, and so it is very important. That the families be able to access all available federal assistance. It is vital for Colorado's children that PEBT benefits reach all eligible children and families. And then they ask if you have any questions to contact them. Lastly, we have one more. This is from Aaron Ulrich. Esteemed members of the Colorado State Board of Education, the Colorado Blueprint to End Hunger respectfully submits its formal support for the Colorado Department of Education's Pandemic Electronic Benefits Transfer Plan going before the board this week of April 12, 2021. The PEBT, an incredible lifeline to families struggling due to the effects of COVID-19 and the subsequent recession. Our federal partners at USDA have provided the opportunity for states to directly certify families into the program, which increases participation by seamlessly administering benefits to eligible families without the need for an application process. Nationally, states that use the direct certification mechanism are more successful at enrolling a higher proportion of eligible families into the program, since the barrier of participation for families is alleviated and benefits are dispersed automatically. The blueprint is empathetic to concerns voiced by local districts that data collection practices are burdensome, or that they lack the administrative bandwidth to collect and disseminate the necessary data for direct certification in regards to the mandated timeframes. However, with hunger rates continuing to rise across the state, particularly for households with children, ultimately the administrative burden that direct certification causes local sites and districts is outweighed by the sheer need to support families in need during this time of unprecedented crisis. The concerns regarding low participation rates due to an application were affirmed during the first iteration of PEBT, and therefore families across Colorado will be better served by a direct certification process that alleviates as many bottlenecks for eligible households as possible. It is for these reasons that the blueprint supports the direct certification plan proposed by the Colorado Department of Education, since it is the most comprehensive mechanism to deliver these benefits to families at a time where assistance is vital for them to reach their full human potential. Regards, Erin Elrich, Implementation Director, the Colorado Blueprint to End Hunger. And that concludes all your public comment today.
Thank you, Ms. Maramba. The next item is we'll have a short presentation and a vote on the certification of the state share entitlements pursuant to the Finance Act. Commissioner?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to turn this over to Ms. Oakes.
Hi, Ms. Oakes. Go right ahead.
Thank you. So this is the fourth time I've come before you guys this year. Normally I come before you 3 times this year to do the certifications along the process as the total program calculations move through the annual process. This year we have a 4th presentation, and that's because the General Assembly included a buy down of the budget stabilization factor in the supplemental bill. And so this the total program calculations have been recalculated pursuant to that supplemental bill. And so that's why this is a 4th time. So this certification is to incorporate that buy down of the budget stabilization factor, and then it will affect the March through June payments. And so the recalculation has resulted in a total of $364,711,276.89. And so that is what you're being asked to certify, that amount. There's that table before you in the board documents. Additionally, I put in a little information. It's not part of the certification process, but just for your awareness, that also Senate Bill 53, which was the supplemental, the mid-year true-up is what we normally call it. It had one piece of additional funding for districts. It was $19.9 million, and it's mitigation funding related to 4 qualified districts related to the impact that COVID had on their student counts. And so those qualified districts, there was 2 ways that districts could be qualified for that mitigation funding. So the first is a % decrease in funding from the School Finance Act. So it actually was last June when they passed the School Finance Act. There were projected student counts and projected free lunch counts that went into the calculations. So if the funding was more, if the decrease in funding in actual pupil counts and resulting from actual pupil counts was reduced more than their decrease in funded pupil counts, that was one way that additional funding was provided to the districts. And I know I didn't say that very clearly, so let me try and repeat it. And I'm sorry, I'm looking over to my notes as Ms. Mello. I need to refer to notes for this. So if the percentage decrease in funding that resulted after they had the actual student counts was more than the decrease in their student counts, additional funding was provided to those districts. The second piece is if the funding reduction overall was more than 2% of the projected money in school finance, then additional funding was provided. So at the bottom line of those 2 calculations, districts were protected from a drop in funding of more than 2% over the projections. And that was just the General Assembly's way of trying to address, because we know that students counts decrease, and then also the free lunch students that count decreased, not the actual free lunch eligible, but those who were counted. So no district had 2% drop in funding over the projected amounts from June. And so that's just informational. It's not part of the certification, but it was I thought a substantial action by the General Assembly that I wanted to bring to your attention. So what we're asking you today to do is to certify the amounts, that $364.7 million from the March through June payments. And I'll open it up to any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Oakes. Before we have questions, could I please have a motion?
Madam Chair, I move to certify the state share entitlements for March through June 2021 to reflect the mid-year supplemental pursuant to Senate Bill 21-53.
Thank you. That's a proper motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Now, do I have comments or questions, colleagues?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Mr. Durham?
Thank you. Yeah, Ms. Oakes, so the extra $19 million is to reimburse districts for students they don't have. Is that correct?
Yes, it's either to, because of the funded pupil count decreased, or some of that might be because their at-risk count went down because there was less paperwork documentation submitted. So both of those.
Well, in both cases, though, they're being reimbursed for students they don't have.
Yes.
Thank you.
Board Member Esser?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I may not have paid close enough attention, Ms. Oakes. So the $364 million is for the buy down, correct? Incorrect.
Incorrect. So,
Okay.
And I think that was more on my fault than yours. So I apologize for that. So the $364 million is the amount, the monthly amount that once we take all of the student counts based upon what was reported in Student October, go through the whole formula, then that is the monthly amount that will be distributed, or it's the monthly entitlement for all of the districts. The actual amount that we distribute to districts is adjusted. It's about $356 million. The reason for that discrepancy is there are 5 different types of pullouts that we do either by statute or at the request of districts. We sort of are the middleman to,
Okay.
if they owe money to the state treasurer, we will take that money and distribute it to the state treasurer, again, pursuant to either state statute or district's request. It's money that goes to them, but we're sort of making the payments for them. So
Okay.
your $364.7 million is the monthly entitlements based upon all of the student counts and that buy down of the budget stabilization factor.
Okay.
Does that help?
Yes, immensely. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sure. Board Member Skarzica?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Oakes, can you, in reference to Member Durham's question to you, can you explain to us why the legislature decided to give districts money for these students that were not included in the count?
Yeah, I think I'll do my best to represent, since I wasn't involved in all of those legislative discussions. I think there was 2 parts to it, that that the student counts that they had staffed based upon the expected number of students, and when those students dropped, they still need to have those same level of teachers and so forth. This year, that might have been teachers are doing sometimes some remote classes and some, on in-person classes that made it more challenging. But part of that is their budget is set with those annual contracts to teachers. So I think that was one aspect of it. In terms of the free lunch students, so we know that there was a drop in free lunch students and reduced lunch students, in part because there was a drop in students and families completing those free and reduced lunch applications. That might be with a family member saying, well, I'm enrolled in the school, but if my student is at home remotely, we're not going to be eating school lunch or school breakfast. So there's not that need for me to turn in the paperwork. So they're still at the school and enrolled, but if they're didn't turn in the paperwork, then they cannot be reported as free lunch eligible. And I think there was a recognition by the General Assembly that the drop in those free and reduced lunch students did not necessarily equate to families' economic position rather than the paperwork submission. So
Okay.
that's the best of my knowledge.
They were being undercounted. The belief was they were being undercounted. The count was not. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Durham, go ahead.
Yeah, I was actually in the legislature when this practice started, so I have some intimate knowledge of it. And the simple fact is that that districts have been unwilling when they face declining enrollments to adjust their variable costs. And so they've used their lobbying ability at the legislature to be compensated for work they don't have to do. Now, it's one thing for a rural district that has a very small number of kids to try and adjust on a declining enrollment basis. It's quite another if you have a large pool of students. Their adjustments should be relatively simple, and you should be able to make those adjustments. So the simple fact of the matter is, I suspect most of I don't know where the money went. It'd be nice to see the $19 million, whether it went to small districts or large districts, but to the extent it went to large districts, it simply meant they were unwilling or unable to manage, as any private business would be expected to do, workload. And I don't think it's unreasonable for taxpayers to expect to not have to pay for work that is not being done. There is the excuse of the inability of relatively small cohorts to adjust their variable costs in a relatively quick fashion. That does not excuse most of the districts in the state for that failure, in my judgment. I think it's a bad practice. The same also exists for districts that have rapidly increasing enrollments. Apparently, they can't learn to deal with those either. And so we have a number of these anomalies in the School Finance Act and the school formula. But even those anomalies that average these changes in enrollment over a 5-year period were not enough in this instance for the districts to do their job and adjust their spending accordingly.
Board Member Rankin, do you have comments?
No, thank you.
Board Member Shuffle?
No comments. Thank you.
Board Member McClellan?
None for me. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I don't have much either, except to say, Mr. Durham, that school districts have contracts. And I don't think they are as flexible once the school district begins on how to make those changes. I will also say that there are teachers who appreciated that class sizes were not as large, which, given the challenges that they had this year, that was appreciated. I don't think that's across the board, but I have heard that that's been one of the side effects that has made it easier for the school districts.
Well, Madam Chair, I would just simply observe that I always appreciated being paid for work I didn't have to do. Unfortunately, most of my clients were not inclined to do that.
Right. Well, those are different arrangements, and I agree with your concern. It's not as easy to be flexible as we wish districts were. Any other comments, or shall we call the roll, please?
I guess I'd like to ask one quick question of.
Sure. Board Member Shuffle, go ahead.
Jennifer, when I look at these spreadsheets, I guess my question is, how would one look critically at that document? I mean, if you're looking at it cold, what are you looking for? I mean, I'm looking at it, I'm hearing your presentation, and I'm thinking, when I look at money, I always think return on investment, accountability for funds on behalf of the taxpayer. When you look at that document, what are you looking for? Or is it like, look, it's all pass-through money, it's entitlement, and there isn't a lot of critical thinking to be done with this document, or is there?
That is a great question, Board Member Shuffle. Yeah, this document, I think, this is the summary of the calculations. And so typically there's, when districts are looking at it, they're looking at that more detailed, expansive spreadsheet that's now down 356 lines, I think, and, you know, double digits, well, 178 columns or so. So it's a big, massive spreadsheet with lots of details. So there's a lot of detail before that. You know, one of the things that we have as part of an internal control process with the legislature is they do those calculations themselves as well. And they have a completely different spreadsheet, and then we reconcile to it because it is highly complex. And so having those, you know, coming to the same number with two different spreadsheets gives you, or I hope gives you, some comfort in knowing that the calculations are done right. And we reconcile not only in total, but district by district. So I think there's a great level of comfort there. This is a summary of that. So I think that's very helpful for my comfort level, and I hope for your comfort level. In terms of the accountability and what districts are doing with this money, I think there's a variety of different things and ways to ensure that accountability. We have the pupil count audit process that we go through. It's typically on a 1 to 5 year basis. We're trying to get that down to a 1 year. We're at a kind of a 1 or 2 year right now. We're getting very close to doing it more real time. And we'll go on a risk-based sample to make sure, pulling data to make sure that the students that were submitted for funding are actually eligible for funding based upon the statutes and regulations. So there's that assurance that there's accountability, that the money is based upon actually eligible students. And then we also have the whole assessment and accountability and that process to make sure that on the education side. And so I would have to defer to other people who are much smarter on those types of accountability. But there's multiple layers of accountability that I think are built into this.
Okay, and then the other question, Ms. Mello said earlier that there's a lot of additional money around right now, this one-time funds. This spreadsheet doesn't include that, right?
No, so it includes the one piece, that 19.9 million that the General Assembly provided. Dr. Colesman and I will be back tomorrow to discuss the ESSER funding and the federal stimulus funding. And one of the, so we'll talk about those in very general terms. One of the pieces that Board Member Durham had asked for, and we're just finalizing this, so I apologize it wasn't in the packet, but kind of a side-by-side look at what districts are getting through their total program, you know, this discussion, and then those side-by-side with the federal stimulus funds. So we've tried to pull that together and done some projections out for future years. So I should be able to finalize that here this afternoon and get it to you all. Again, I apologize that it's just right before the discussion tomorrow. It took us a little bit of time to do the cross checks and double checks.
That's a lot of work. All right, well, thanks for the explanation. I really appreciate it.
Ms. Oakes, and just in anticipation of understanding potentially some of the work that's to be done, how many students were identified as, quote, missing, unquote? Kids that didn't show up, that there was no explanation that they dropped out, or they were registered in another district, or anything of that nature. Do you remember that number?
You're testing my memory, which is not very good right now, but I think I have them. So the overall student count went down by about 3%, and I'm going to say about because I don't have the numbers and it's from memory. The free lunch count went down, I think it was about 1.8 or 1.9, so maybe just under 2%. The reduced amount, the reduced students eligible for reduced price meals, that went down by, I believe it was 18 or 19%. And again, that kind of shows the the lack of turning in those free and reduced lunch applications, because that's the primary mechanism to get qualified as reduced price. Free lunch didn't go down as much, primarily because one of the factors is SNAP eligibility, the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, so formerly food stamps. So that doesn't require an application, and in fact, those population might have increased. That number of students might have increased. So I think it was overall about 3% decline in total student enrollment, about 2% in free lunch eligibility.
And do you know whether districts know which kids are missing?
Yeah, there was a lot of discussion about that, over time, and it's going to depend district to district, as everything in the state. So we had anecdotally heard from a lot of districts, the smaller rural, saying they're not missing. I know exactly where they are. I know exactly the decisions that those families made and why they made them and where they are. If they were getting, homeschooled or other types of things. In larger districts, there's probably not that level of detailed insight, but districts were very, spent a lot of time and effort trying to locate students. And so the level of insight into that would depend largely probably on the size of the district.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Any other questions, comments, colleagues? Ms. Maramba, would you please call the vote?
Board Member Durham?
Yes.
Board Member Escarcega?
Yes.
Board Member Esser?
Yes.
Board Member McClellan?
Yes.
Board Member Rankin?
Yes.
Board Member Sheffield?
Yes.
Board Member Schroeder?
Yes.
That passes 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item on our agenda is an information item on the standards revision update. Commissioner, is staff prepared to provide an overview, please?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to turn this over to Dr. Colsman to give us an update. Thanks.
So good morning, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the State Board. It's good to be with you today. And this is an update on the standards review and revision process, which is now gearing up for its first cycle on our new cycle initiated by House Bill 1032. Today I'm joined by Dr. Floyd Cobb, our Executive Director of the Teaching and Learning Units, who will take us through this process. Your materials for this presentation include a copy of the PowerPoint presentation, as well as an overview document, which is a handy reference for you to refer to as you get questions about the standards review and revision process, and will be referred to over this next year as we bring forward more items for you. We'll be focusing today on this first round of standards review and revision, which includes social studies and the arts. Tomorrow we're coming with an item on a portion of the social studies standards regarding genocide and Holocaust studies, which has occurred on a little bit of a different timeline on the rest of the standards review and revision process. But today what we thought we would do is provide a larger context for this work. I'll go ahead and hand off to my esteemed colleague, Dr. Floyd Cobb.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, and members of the board. I appreciate the opportunity to be before you today. As Dr. Colsman mentioned, we are going to talk a little bit about just an overview for the standards review and revision process. For those of you who were here as we discussed the last time, which the last time was just 2 years ago, we will have a little bit more of a condensed process or a simplified process in comparison to the last time. You are groups by which we collectively revise as opposed to all of the standards at one. Envision will allow you all as state board members to be able to get a deeper understanding of specific content areas as opposed to trying to review all of them at a time. So as you look at the slides, There's the three groups that we'll have, beginning with the arts and the social studies, followed by computer science, health, PE, and world languages, and then finally moving to the assessed subjects at the end with reading, writing, communicating, mathematics, and science. And we plan on following the for each of those. As Dr. Colesman mentioned, tomorrow we'll actually be before you to present some initial recommendations to the social studies standards, and so we will make sure that we have an opportunity to talk with you about that. In terms of the roles and the responsibilities, this is a slide that we used previously in terms of just the overall process, in terms of really making sure that the process is driven as well as input being provided by review committees that exist. So our staff at the Department of Education are simply here to facilitate a conversation and then present the view to be able to make any recommendations for inclusions or additions as well. In terms of the process, the basic process for each committee, it'll begin with just a research and information gathering process, really kind of focused on just getting surveys and online in terms of benchmarking reports, really kind of getting a clear understanding of what needs to be changed, what needs to be modified, or what recommendations folks might have for there to be updates. And then the committee will use that information to be able to inform the decisions that they make, the recommendations rather that they make, and then from there those recommendations will be presented to you, which will then allow for another opportunity for additional public feedback, and then the committee will come back and make those final revisions and then present them to you. But ultimately, you as a state board have the final determination or final say so in terms of what decisions will get made. In terms of an overall timeline for the social studies and the arts, you can see how the flow of the process really begins to work itself out in terms of starting a process in November of 2020 with stakeholders applying for membership, and then from there getting to public comment. And then you can see where we are right now in terms of our window. In terms of committee membership just recently being finalized, and beginning committee meetings starting in May with an intent to be able to start to present state revisions, recommendations, and revisions to you all.
Dr. Cobb, you're cutting out a bit.
Year.
Yeah, you're cutting out a bit.
Yeah, hi, Dr. Cobb. We're having some sound problems with you right now.
Okay.
You're sort of cutting in and out, so I'm not sure. Dr. Colesman, can you?
Yeah, I'll have Dr. Colesman pick up.
Yeah, pick up. Sorry, it was getting better for a minute, and then it got worse.
Yeah. And then it got worse.
No problem.
So thank you, Dr. Cobb. So as you can see, the work is proceeding kind of according to a really clear plan, such that the committees will begin meeting and be able to bring forward their initial recommendations to you in the fall in order to get your feedback, as well as then incorporate that feedback as well as what we're hearing from the public in January through March of next year, and with the timeline of May and June of next year for you to hear final recommendations for the arts and social studies standards. So there's some special considerations for social studies because of some additional legislation that has passed in both 2019 and 2020. The first that we'll highlight here is because you'll be hearing more about this tomorrow, and in fact you're going to be getting initial recommendations on genocide and Holocaust studies, which is on, as I mentioned, a different timeline that the board needs to adopt standards according to statute for genocide and Holocaust studies by July 1, 2021. So the social studies standards really will kind of be reviewed and revised in 2 stages, with this as being the first stage that the board will consider. The other contribution or aspect of the social studies standards that the board needs to consider in terms of recommendations is from the History, Culture, Social Contributions, and Civil Government and Education Commission. We have officially determined that that commission is name is the longest in education history. They've been meeting over these last 2 years to consider recommendations for revisions to the history and civic standards, and those recommendations will be kind of part of the larger social studies process. So that does not occur outside of the rest of the social studies standards process. The only piece that is outside of the social studies standards process is the genocide and Holocaust studies. There are a couple of bills that are, I think, may still be in consideration this legislative session regarding social studies. So depending on how those bills progress, there may be some additional considerations that the committee and the state board will need to consider social studies standards. So as you can see, social studies is the hot topic for this particular review and revision process, and keeping in mind that the arts are also under consideration as well. So again, the genocide and Holocaust studies is by July 1 of 2021, but the rest of social studies and all of the arts will be through July 1 of 2022. So that's in a nutshell where we are. We want to make sure that you have plenty of updates and understanding of what this process will look like, and obviously plenty of opportunity to provide your feedback, recommendations as we go along. So we'll pause here for questions, and hopefully Dr. Cobb will also be able to join us back.
Thank you, Dr. Colsman. Let me just kind of go down the line for questions. Board Member Durham, do you have a question?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Dr. Colsman, we have 2 more meetings before we have to approve the Holocaust and genocide studies. How far along are those, and is there a draft available? I have a specific question after that.
Yeah. Yes, in fact, in your board materials for tomorrow, there is a draft of the recommendations that is included, and we'll have 2 members of that committee who will be able to present the intent of their recommendations and be able to ask any questions. We intend to come back in May to have more opportunity for question discussion, and like we did with the first standards review and revision process, it's not the first, the most recent standards review and revision process, an opportunity and process for the board to consider amendments to those recommendations.
Okay, thank you.
Board Member Sheffel? Questions?
I don't know that I have questions right now about the timing and process. I just need to review the materials and have some time to do that. So thank you so much for the update.
Great, thank you. Board Member Esser?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this is just my lack of knowledge. We test social studies on CMAS in what grades?
Those are on hold.
I know, but normally for when these new standards come out.
Go ahead, Dr. Colsman.
I'm gonna look to Dr. Cobb and see if he grimaces when I say these. Grades 4 and 7, is that right, Dr. Cobb?
Yeah, I'm gonna trust your judgment on that one because it's been a while, so I don't recall.
Okay,
yeah,
so now,
so you're not alone.
I don't feel so behind. Good. That was my question when I read through the standards. They're pretty weighty. But thank you both for the presentation.
Thank you. Board Member Escarzaga?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a couple questions real quick. One, can we get a list of the membership of the committee that if it's been finalized, I'd love to see who that is and in the groups that they represent, particularly for social studies. And then the second one is I'm just looking through the timelines. And I know this just kind of flowed out, but when you look at the public feedback open for initial recommendations, it says November. And if it's early November, that makes total sense. That would work probably well. If it's late November, my experience is that whether it's school district community or just parents, late November to early January is just time that is very difficult to carve out to give this in-depth look. So I'm wondering, maybe if you just think about how it flows out, maybe you go into January and you do your initial committees. They meet for the feedback they got, but they still extend it a little bit into January so people could, you know how you've experienced this even as a department, sometimes that crunch time. Other than that, I think it all looks really good, so thank you.
Board Member Rankin.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Dr. Floyd and Dr. Colesman for that presentation. I have a question that it can be answered tomorrow, or maybe there isn't an answer, but we're a local control state, and I have a district that has contacted me about local standards. They're making standards and this would be in addition to the ones that we have. My question is, I would imagine that's legal under, local control, but then do they have to adhere to the same laws that regular standards do? This may be something for the AG's office, but it's going to get blurred because the only ones I know of are the ones at the state level. This is something new to me, and I wouldn't imagine you could answer it right now, but if you can, that'd be great. If not, maybe a comment tomorrow would be helpful on that. Thank you.
Yeah, Madam Chair, so CAP4K, which set up the standards process, does indicate that districts need to adopt local standards that meet or exceed the state standards. So sometimes districts adopt the state standards as their local standards. Other times districts adopt their local standards inclusive of the state standards, plus some additional content that is a local value. Or they adopt standards that are very similar to the state that they can say meet the state standards.
Follow up, Madam Chair.
Go ahead. Yes, go ahead.
So who determines meets or exceeds? I'm thinking if a local district says, okay, I'm going to have standards on XYZ, and the state doesn't have them, it's something new. So we don't know if it meets or exceeds because we don't even have standards for XYZ. But XYZ is making these standards that groups of parents disagree of totally. Well, again, that's up to the local board, I would imagine. But it's kind of a gray area, and I have not had this before this year. But it's a big concern in more than one of my districts. So can you comment on that?
Right, so the districts may adopt standards that exceed or go beyond the scope of the state standards. That is absolutely the local control issue, and that does become the purview of the local board as well as, obviously the community. Regarding whether or not local standards meet the state standards, we don't have a process, nor do we review those local standards. Our accountability system and assessment system is kind of premised on the notion that that districts that are meeting those state standards then will have the results that show up on those state assessments.
Okay, I think you've answered that question, which is it's a little foggy because it's something we don't get every day, and but I think I have a couple more questions about legalities that I'll wait and do it in exec session. But thank you very much for that.
Board Member McClellan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to, and thank you for the presentation, Dr. Colsman and Dr. Cobb, and for answering my questions along the way. After working with a group the last time that we addressed academic standards, I really appreciated the opportunity to work with them, and they just happened to reach out to me before the deadline for input, and that was sort of a lucky break. So I've been trying to do a good job of making sure that I'm communicating with stakeholders, people in the public who might want to give input this time, and I just want to make sure that I'm understanding correctly. Social studies and the arts for this 2-year period, that's it. That and anything that we are directed by the legislature to specifically address, like Holocaust and genocide studies and any others that may come forward before we're done with this 2-year slice of the pie. But there's nothing beyond those requirements in addition to social studies and the arts. Am I correct about that?
Yes, you are correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure I didn't forget about something or there wasn't something that we were going to get to a little bit later. And then in addition, I want to be really good about sharing the gateway through which stakeholders can offer any input they'd like to for the committee's consideration and for our board's consideration. So I kind of went through our department website and did a search on revision or standards revision, and I was able to find that SurveyMonkey. So I'm guessing that's the best and most preferred way for people to kind of reach all of us, first the committees that are working on this, and then eventually our board. There's a few questions I can well understand why we ask. So for example, if someone were a vendor for a company that produces financial literacy materials, it would be helpful for us to know that that's who we're getting the input from. The input's still welcome, but we would love to know who it's from. But if we do have citizens or stakeholders who would prefer not to go through the SurveyMonkey process, and maybe they don't want to identify exactly who they are, maybe they want to just say, I'm, Susie from Littleton, whatever. Is there an appropriate pathway for them to provide their input? And as I look at this, I'm also wondering, and you may have put this in one of the charts, I apologize, it's been a few beats since I looked at that. Do we know what our hard end date is for getting input? Or, and I guess once the input deadline has passed for the committee, I suppose nothing prevents people from contacting state board members, and that could still be requested as part of the body of information that we look at for the very last pass. But optimally, we'd want to have that input in for the committees before they digest it and bring it to us, obviously. But in addition to the SurveyMonkey, I guess my questions are, as I share this link, what deadline might I be sharing? And is there another pathway that we recommend in the event that they don't want to kind of submit to the SurveyMonkey terms?
Madam Chair, Board Member McClellan, we also have a standards email. It's just a dedicated email address for individuals to send information to. We did receive a number of emails during our last process. What we've done in the past for you all is to give you a version of all of the input that's been received for the different content areas. We have that in raw form. We will have that in raw form for you, but also in a summary level, so you get a sense of here are the themes that are coming up, and here is how the committee responded to that. What's happening right now is we have a kind of a beginning survey of what revisions or suggestions do you have for the social studies and art standards. The survey that Dr. Escarcega mentioned for November is a response to the suggested revision. So you kind of have input on the front end, Then in the November through, January timeframe is that opportunity to provide feedback on the actual revisions. And of course, there's always, as you mentioned, opportunity to provide public comment to the at state board meetings, provide letters to the state board, provide input through the standards email. We think it's very important to have as much public engagement as possible in this process, and have sought as many ways for that to happen as we can. We are always open to additional ideas so that we can encourage as much engagement as possible.
Thank you so much, Dr. Colsman. Is there any chance I could trouble you? I had no trouble finding the SurveyMonkey. Is there any chance I could ask that the dedicated email address go in the chat, and I'll share that alongside, noting that the SurveyMonkey link is the preferred route, because it is good to hear, what kind of input are we getting from teachers? What kind of input are we getting from parents of current students? And then community members. It's nice to know where it's coming from, but ultimately we do want to receive it however we can.
Yes, absolutely. And Dr. Cobb has placed that email address in the chat.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Board Member Durham, did I see your hand up before?
Yes, ma'am, but it'll wait really, I think, until we have there's a better opportunity probably when we get to the discussion tomorrow. So thank you.
All right. Anything else, colleagues? Thank you very much. The next item is recognition, Colorado's 2021 United States Senate Youth Program Delegates. Commissioner Anthus.
Yes. Oops, sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair. We are really pleased. We always love to honor both our educators and our students. Here at these board meetings. Unfortunately, it's virtual, so we can't see them in person and shake their hands, but we're really excited to recognize Colorado's 2021 United States Senate Youth Program Delegates. So Melissa Colsman, I would love for you to tell us a little bit about the program.
Thank you, Dr. Anthus. Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the board. This is always a pleasure to be able to do, is to honor some of our very great students here in Colorado. This morning we will honor Mohammed Ibrahim and Jonas Rosenthal, Colorado's delegates for the 59th Annual United States Senate Youth Program. And I'm just going to make sure that we let in Mohammed right now. So he's just coming in. I see Jonas on the screen, so it's wonderful to see your face. We are so happy to have our student delegates to join us this morning. They are in school because this is a school day. I think they each just got out of a class, so we thank you for taking time out of your day. Of the U.S. Senate Youth Program is based on a student's outstanding abilities and demonstrated qualities of leadership in an elected or appointed high school student office, in addition to outstanding leadership abilities and a strong commitment to volunteer work. Each year, the extremely competitive, merit-based U.S. Senate Youth Program brings 104 of the most outstanding high school students, 2 from each state, the District of Columbia, and the Department of Defense Education Agency, together for an intensive week-long study of the federal government and the people who lead it. The Hearst Foundation also provides each of the student delegates with a $10,000 undergraduate scholarship and the encouragement to pursue coursework in government history and public affairs. The 59th Annual Youth Senate Program Washington Week was held March 14th through 17th, and Colorado student delegates participated in the first ever entirely virtual event. During the program week, the delegates attended online meetings and briefings with senators, the president, a justice of the Supreme Court, leader of the cabinet agencies, and senior members of the national media, among others. Of the applications received, Mohammed and Jonas rose to the top in demonstrating high academic achievement, leadership ability, and a commitment to public service. I'd like to introduce you now to each of the delegates. Mohammed Ibrahim is a junior at Wiggins High School in the Wiggins School District and serves as the Vice President of the Student Council. In addition to student leadership and sports, he is the president of the Colorado Student Leaders Institute Student Advisory Board and actively coordinates service activities to promote mental health positivity. He is passionate about teen mental health, enacting systems network change, policy, and works toward developing tangible change within his rural community. After graduation, Mohammed plans to study in the fields of healthcare, engineering, or mathematics, go math, and envisions creating a more equitable future through a career in politics, says the former 7th grade math teacher. Jonas Rosenthal is a senior at Denver Jewish Day School and serves as co-chair of Denver Mayor's Youth Commission. Jonas has a passion for ethics, global leadership, and diplomacy. He has actively served on his school student council in the roles of communications director and special advisor to the president. Additionally, he serves as editor of his school newspaper and participates in varsity cross country. Following his graduation, Jonas plans to study public policy and pursue a career in the Foreign Service or serve his local community and municipal government. Both Mr. Ibrahim and Mr. Rosenthal epitomize what our nation needs in the next generation of leaders, individuals who challenge themselves academically, care about people, serve the community, and are willing to do the hard work required to make our world a better place. Please help me recognize first Mohammed and then Jonas as they say a few words. So, Mohammed?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks so much for those kind words. And it's truly been an honor to be here today and to be president at the very first virtual United States Senate Youth Program. Going into the program and really applying for the program to represent Colorado, I really didn't know what to expect. I always had a passion for improving my community and developing new projects to improve youth within my community and ultimately just to make it a better environment for all. And so that interest in public service really gave me a guide and pathway for what the United States Senate Youth Program would give me. And I think beside from the very honorable speeches that we heard from, Norah O'Donnell, Dr. Fauci, the president, above all, I think the connection I developed with all of the other fellow co-delegates was far more valuable. Definitely lifelong relationships, being able to network on Zooms, and regardless of the virtual formatting, it was just a truly life-changing experience and really fueled my experience in public service and definitely what I would like to do in the future. So it was really just a really amazing experience, just being able to network with so many great students, being able to meet Jonas in Colorado, and developing our own what we called a roll call video. So that was really nice. And so really that teamwork and collaboration with all the other fellow co-delegates was probably my most valuable experience. And then just really getting that instruction and advice from so many honorable people within the United States, and to just have them speak to you as a 17-year-old in a small rural community on the Northeast Plains of Colorado is just magnificent. It's something you could only dream about. But yeah, definitely a very, very great experience and very happy to go through it. And I was very happy to represent Colorado as well. So just a few words, mine. Thank you.
Thank you. Jonas?
Yeah, thank you all so much for all those really kind words and congratulations. I think to give you all a better sense of the opportunities you provided for Mohammed, Ibrahim, and I, and for the other delegates, I just run through the schedule for one day in the program, and it was hard to choose. They were all so great. I chose Tuesday. We started off meeting the American astronauts on the International Space Station. Then we met Dr. Fauci and Dr. Collins from the National Institute of Health. Then we met the American ambassador to Brazil and the consul to Belo Horizonte, then Secretary of State Blinken, and then Senator Baldwin of Wisconsin, all in one day. And I can assure you every other day we had was just as jam-packed. And I think that giving us those opportunities to meet and to understand what our government's doing and how it's helping us and how we can help, and creating this community of all these other delegates, as Mohammed referenced, a community that really represents the diversity of America's youth and its future. I think it will help us become better public servants and help us work to create a country that is better, freer, and more equal. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you both. We commend you for the work that you do to be an advocate and a voice for youth, as well as the leadership that you demonstrate for your fellow students. Congratulations. Join me, please, in honoring Mr. Mohammed Ibrahim and Mr. Jonas Rosenthal, Colorado's 2021 United States Senate Youth Program student delegates. Thank you so much. Thank you. Sorry, back to class, guys. The next item on our agenda is an executive session that's been noticed. Ms. Maramba?
Yes, an executive session has been noticed for today's state board meeting pursuant to 24-64023A2 CRS to confer with an attorney about legal issues raised by the Community Leadership Academy, First Charter School Institute, Charter School Appeal, and for purposes receiving legal advice on specific legal questions, including legal questions about jurisdiction, legal procedure issues, the standard of review, the application of law to the substance of the appeal.
Do I have a motion to convene, please, into executive session?
So moved.
Moved.
Thank you. Is anyone opposed? Thank you. So we will, I think, have lunch first, if I'm not mistaken, and then we will come back on a different platform, a different Zoom platform that we, that Carol sent to us, if we're all ready. Any questions? So I will see you at 1 o'clock. Am I correct?
Yes, 1 o'clock will be in executive session, and then at 1:30, members of the public will be back on the regular record.
Okay, or when we're finished with exec session. I hate to say that we're on a particular schedule. I think we should allow exec session for as long as we need questions answered. So think up your questions about the charter school appeal while you're chewing. Bye. See y'all.
All right. Thank you.
do you want us to go? I have to say, when we get back on the regular record, I just have to let us know that we're back on the regular record. So once we go live, I'll say that.
Can you hear me? I can't get my mute off.
Yes, we can hear you, Steve.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Now it looks like it's cleared up. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Are you ready to go live then, Madam Chair?
We are.
Okay, Corey, we're ready to go live.
Good idea.
And Madam Chair, we are live and it is 1:48 p.m. on April 14th, 2021. The board has concluded executive session and we're back on the regular board meeting record.
Thank you, Ms. Maramba. Before we start on the next item, I would like to clarify that when we went at noon into executive session, that vote was unanimous. We did not ask Ms. Maramba to call names, but it was unanimously supported that we went into executive session and we spoke about the upcoming charter appeal that we're going to discuss at this time. So we'll now conduct a hearing in case number 21-CS-02, the appeal of Community Leadership Academy versus Charter School Institute. During this hearing, the State Board reviews the decisions of the Charter School Institute Board and holds a hearing under CRS 22-30.5-511. I'd like the lawyers to enter their names in the record and identify the parties they represent. Please also introduce the persons you have designated to answer questions from board members. Only those identified by the parties have the opportunity to address the board.
Thank you, Madam.
Let me go ahead with some more instructions, and then, yes, I would like to hear from you. The role of the State Board is to consider only those issues raised in the notice. The board has been provided with an amended record on appeal. We will not consider references to documents or testimony not present in the amended record. The board will decide whether the Charter School Institute's board's decision to grant CLA's application with conditions was contrary to the best interest of the pupils attending the Institute Charter School. The parties have already submitted written arguments and information. A maximum of 15 minutes will be granted for the oral argument and examination of each party's issues. Council for Community Leadership Academy may reserve a portion of their 15-minute rebuttal. So now, if you would introduce yourself, please, CLA, the appellant.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, board members. My name is Dustin Sparks. I am the attorney representing Community Leadership Academy and the 3 schools that they hold charters for from the Charter School Institute. With me today is board president Jeff Smith and the co-CEOs and founders of the schools, Ron and Tina Jadelsky.
Thank you. CSI legal counsel, please.
Sure, Madam Chair, thank you. My name is Joe Peters. I'm here on behalf of the Colorado Charter School Institute. With me are CSI board members Antonio Perez and Luke Ragland, as well as Executive Director Terry Croy Lewis.
Thank you. To staff, I need to say that none of the names are appearing today. So I do know Mr. Ragland, I do know Mr. Peters, but for the rest of the folks that are here, I have no idea. Is this something that's fixable, Ms. Maramba? Board members' names are not showing up either. No names are showing up at this time.
Madam Chair, I can consult with our IT and see if there's something we can do. But at this time, I don't know if there's something we can fix on this at the moment.
Okay. It will be helpful when it's an opportunity for board members to ask questions so that we know how to address their questions. So for Mr. Sparks, are you going to request an opportunity, some time for rebuttal?
Yes, I'd like to reserve 4 minutes of time.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to hear a presentation by the appellant, then the appellee, CSI, and then the appellant, CLA, can have 4 more minutes. After that, each board member will have 6 minutes to ask questions and receive responses of the parties. Board members may reserve time for additional questions later on, or they may cede any of their time to other board members. We will deliberate and render our decision during that time. We won't be able to ask any further questions. So counsel for CLA, you have 15 minutes. You've requested to reserve 4 minutes. Would you go ahead, please, with your oral argument?
Thank you. First, I want to point out this appeal is about the unilateral and unlawful conditions that CSI is placing on CLA. CSI is trying to force out CLA's founders and leaders and is trying to force CLA to waive its rights to bring future appeals to this board. This appeal is not about the contract length being offered by CSI to CLA. CSI has offered CLA a 5-year contract, and CLA is in complete agreement with that length. CSI wants you to believe that CLA has a history of legal noncompliance. This is not true. CLA has fought to disrupt the school to prison pipeline by upholding high standards and using alternatives to expulsion, which CLA leadership believes unnecessarily tarnishes a student's record, which causes harm to a student for years to come. CLA worked with CSI and CDE when drafting the voluntary withdrawal policy mentioned throughout CSI's brief. This policy was drafted with the families CLA serves in mind, helping to ensure these students do not end up in the expulsion to prison pipeline. How did this happen? How did we go from CSI helping to draft the policy to chastising CLA for the policy years later? While CLA's leadership has been stable and consistent from its inception over 15 years ago, there has been a lot of change in leadership and legal counsel at both CSI and CDE. After the leadership and legal counsel changed at CSI from the leadership and counsel that helped CLA draft the policy, the new leadership questioned the policy. It is important to know that as the policy was discussed for many years, CSI never, not once, told CLA they had to change the policy until CLA was defending itself in a lawsuit on an unrelated topic. Over 2 years ago, a lawsuit was filed against CLA for an incident at one of the schools unrelated to the voluntary withdrawal policy. In response to that lawsuit, CSI took this all or nothing approach in regards to the voluntary withdrawal policy. At a hearing in that lawsuit, which CSI claims was a class action lawsuit, it was not. There was testimony regarding the voluntary withdrawal policy. Yet because the policy was not a topic of the lawsuit at the time of filing, CLA did not have the opportunity to defend the voluntary withdrawal policy in the manner it would have if it were the subject of the lawsuit. CLA settled that lawsuit with the plaintiffs, and CLA was not found to have violated any student rights or laws. What CSI fails to mention in the brief is that during this lawsuit, instead of CSI offering to assist CLA in some way, CSI decided to take the opposite approach of what a model authorizer should do and compounded CLA's predicaments and issued a notice of breach related to the voluntary withdrawal policy. A notice that within minutes of being sent to CLA, CSI, unsolicited, sent that same notice of breach to the attorney responsible for filing the suit against the school. Attorneys for CLA in the lawsuit discovered through a CORA request to CSI that not only had they been collaborating with the law firm suing the school, but they had also falsified CLA's compliance record and submitted it as additional derogatory evidence against CLA. Does this sound like what a model authorizer should be doing to 3 of its top performing schools? Because of CSI's intervention in the lawsuit, the plaintiffs attempted to add issues surrounding the voluntary withdrawal policy into the lawsuit. Because of this, CLA did not promptly change its voluntary withdrawal policy to conform to CSI's demands until after the lawsuit was settled. After the lawsuit reached a settlement, CLA worked with CSI to modify the voluntary withdrawal policy to comply with CSI's current interpretation of the law. CSI issued a letter acknowledging CLA cured the notice of breach. Yet unbeknownst to CLA, CSI's distrust and hatred towards CLA remained. Despite CLA's efforts to refocus the relationship on students, CSI's animosity towards CLA has led to CSI's attempt to force out CLA's leadership as a condition of obtaining a reasonable contract length, something that based on CLA's academic performance, finances, and organizational leadership have been hard earned. Where we currently stand is that CSI has granted CLA a 5-year contract, but with the unlawful conditions that are not in the best interest of the pupils CLA serves. CSI is imposing conditions on CLA that are unilateral and strip away almost all of CLA's autonomy. CSI has also made it a condition of renewal that CLA waive its right to appeal to this board, a right granted by the Colorado legislature and not just a contractual right. And most disturbing is that CSI is also trying to force out CLA's leadership, the same leadership that founded the schools, that has led the schools to be some of the most academically successful schools in CSI's portfolio, and the most academically successful schools in their geographical school district, Adams 14. It is clear CSI is not treating CLA the same as schools in similar positions. CLA has continued to achieve accolades from the Colorado Department of Education and top marks from CSI for academic performance. CLA has also has over $5 million in cash reserves, which as a percentage of CLA's budget is better than almost every school in the district in this state. However, CSI wants you to believe there needs to be a change of leadership. More than 80% of CLA students qualify for free and reduced lunch. As such, CLA has one of the highest percentage of FRL students out of any school in Colorado. Even before the COVID-19 pandemic, the city of Commerce City was struggling. Now these students have been disproportionately impacted by the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. This disproportionality, even before COVID, is one of the key reasons this leadership and board has put its blood, sweat, and tears into serving these students. Now CSI is forcing them out. This is not in the best interest of the pupils CLA serves. CSI makes appalling allegations against CLA's board, stating they have condoned a campaign of non-compliance and resistance to oversight. This is the furthest thing from the truth and just another tactic CSI is using to make their baseless arguments appear to have more substance. The board at CLA is a group of dedicated civil servants with deep connections to Commerce City. Dedicated civil servants have worked tirelessly over the year. Members of CLA have attended many CSI-sponsored trainings, countless board meetings, and even designated a board-to-board liaison, and yet this is still not enough for CSI. Because of CSI's unlawful conditions, CLA has been unable to take advantage of one of the few good things for schools to come out of the global pandemic, low interest rates. However, CLA has been unable to refinance its bonds because CSI is placing conditions on its contract that will force out its leadership and require CLA to waive its rights to appeal to this board. CLA maintains a credit rating with S&P, and the investors in its current bonds find the success of the schools to be so dependent on its current leadership that the school is required to maintain $1 million of key man insurance to protect against a possible loss in the current leaders. The conditions that CSI is imposing on CLA are not in the best interests of the pupils that CLA is serving. I also want to point out that CSI has the power to revoke a charter contract during the midst of a contract term, and the standard of review before this board is the same as we are under today. Thus, CSI is not giving up accountability by granting CLA the unconditional 5-year contract that it deserves. If CLA has truly been on a campaign of violating students' rights, why has CSI not acted to revoke its charter? It's because these allegations are not true. I want to cover the standard of review that the legislature has set out for this board. The board has jurisdiction over charter contracts. CSI argues that the board is to review a de facto denial and to not do line edit of a proposed contract. This is not true. As our reply brief states, the Board of Education shall review the decision of the Institute Board and make its findings, plural, further stating that the board shall remand such final decisions, singular, to the Institute Board with instructions, just plural, to renew or reinstate the charter contract. If this board cannot offer instructions to CSI, the policy implications are monumental. This would leave CSI and CLA in a state of negotiations well into the next school year, trapped in a never-ending negotiation where one side does not budge. CSI will be allowed to impose more than unilateral conditions. It is inconceivable to imagine this is what was intended by the statute, merely because CLA is not a district authorized charter school. CSI argues it is an up or down vote on whether the proposed contract is contrary to the best interests of the school's pupils. Because it is not a two-step process like with district charters, CSI's comparison does not in any way indicate that this board cannot give specific instructions. In fact, it emphasizes the need for this board to provide specific instructions to resolve an appeal since there is no opportunity for a second appeal with CSI authorized charters. In conclusion, CSI created the situation we are in by poorly communicating to CLA what was expected of it regarding the voluntary withdrawal policy, then actively harming the school during the lawsuit unrelated to the policy, and then punishing the school for previously appealing for help to this board. CSI unilaterally attempting to force out CLA's leadership during a global pandemic and unilaterally attempting to force CLA to waive its future appeal rights. CLA does not take issue with the fact that the authorizer can and must impose high standards for school leadership. If CSI felt so strongly about CLA's leadership and board and how they engaged in a year-long campaign of violating student rights and hiding the violations from CSI, why would CSI accept the cure of the breach? Why would they let the school continue to be open? Also, they have continued to publish CARS reports that give the school high marks. If this is contrary to CLA's or CSI's belief, they are misleading the public. If these allegations that have been spewed by CSI are true, then CSI is negligent in their oversight, and this appeal is merely the tip of the iceberg for what this board should be concerned about. CSI is violating CLA's autonomy in trying to remove the oversight power granted to this board. Quite simply, the conditions that CSI is imposing on CLA are not in the best interest of the pupils being served. So what we're asking for is, based on our opening brief, our reply brief, and the statements made here today, that you strike down milestone number 2 that was contained in CSI's resolution, and you give instructions to CSI board to not include that or any term requiring waiving appeal rights or mandating a change in leadership. Additionally, we ask that I'll continue and then just take it off the end if you don't mind. Additionally, we ask you to instruct CSI to enter into a contract with CLA that is substantially similar to the 5-year contract it has offered to other schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Peters, are you in charge of the presentation?
I am, thank you. Shall I start?
Go ahead and start. You have 15 minutes.
Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you for your time today. Community Leadership Academy is doing a lot of things right. Doing a few very important things very wrong. The school needs stronger governance, and it needs a plan for the future because its current leaders intend to retire. CSI wants the school to address these issues so the CLA can remain a quality choice for Commerce City. As the State Board of Education, you have been asked to decide whether the proposed contract is contrary to the best interests of the school's students. We believe the contract passes that test for 2 reasons. 1, the contract is extremely favorable to the school. And 2, CSI's concerns are well-founded. I'll take those points in order. First, the contract is extremely favorable to the school. We've offered the longest contract allowed by law. It's 5 years. That's the most CSI's statute allows. We've offered it because we believe this school can continue to provide academic success in a community where that's all too rare. But we've offered 5 years with some conditions. Those conditions ask CLA to improve its board's governance practices and then come up with a plan for transition into new leadership. If it can't get that done in the next 2 years, it has to come back through an early renewal cycle and renegotiate its contract. Closure isn't on the table. Non-renewal isn't on the table. What's on the table is a contract asking them to address our concerns or else come back to us and talk about those concerns again in 2 years. That's it. Under the circumstances, that's a really favorable contract, one that we believe is in the best interests of the students. So there are 2 reasons why the contract passes the best interests test. That was the first. The second reason is that our concerns about CLA's governance and leadership are well-founded. The school has told us several times that its current leaders want to move on. The school has talked with many charter school networks about stepping in and taking over. Colorado Early Colleges, KIPP, Strive, UPrep, TSST, everyone, as far as I'm aware. None of those conversations have gone well. And CSI cannot give any school an unconditional 5-year contract until we know who's going to be running the place at the end of that contract. We also have long-standing concerns about CLA's board governance. These concerns are not new to you. As a refresher, many of them involve the school's old voluntary withdrawal policy, and more to the point, the school's extraordinary efforts to conceal and defend that policy. As the school's leader, Ron Jadelski, has explained many times, the policy was for getting rid of kids that weren't serious enough. Those kids needed to go down the street to Adams City High School and come back when they had their heads on right. In other words, the troublemakers and the slackers were Adams 14's problem to deal with, not CLA's. That's not legal. And we talked to the school about it many, many times. What CLA told us over and over was that it actually did follow the law because the kids could appeal the withdrawal to the school's governing board. Then the school got sued by several of its own families and students. To give you a flavor of the testimony, one mother testified that she simply received a phone call telling her that her kid had been thrown out. She needed to come get him. She testified that she got there and met with Mr. Jadelski, and the meeting lasted 3 to 4 minutes. She said she asked him to reconsider, that she wanted her kid to stay. According to her, he didn't respond except to give her the withdrawal form, and that was it. She testified that nobody ever told her about any way to appeal the decision. Later that day, Mr. Jadelski himself testified. A lawyer asked him about a different kid, whether that kid had been given a chance to appeal. Mr. Jadelski kept dodging the question 3 or 4 times. Finally, the court interrupted. The judge himself asked yes or no. Mr. Jadelski finally admitted no. Later, he explained that even before he meets with the families, a withdrawal, quote, has already taken place. Quote, it's really about next steps at that point. This testimony established that CLA never gave appeal rights in practice, no matter how many times it had told CSI the exact opposite. That's not in the best interests of the school's students. As this board remembers, CSI issued a notice of breach, and it took 6 more months and 2 frivolous appeals to this board before the school finally fixed the policy it had spent years hiding from us. Fast forward to 2020. The school is no longer breaking the law. We fixed that. But it's up for renewal, and CSI said, hey, we need to talk about governance. Make sure this kind of thing doesn't happen again. Also, the school told us its leaders want to move on. So we said, great, let's do this together. Get a plan for improving the governance, get a plan for a responsible transition, new management, and you get a new contract. What was the school's response? The school told us to buzz off. It said it's threatening and destabilizing even to ask to talk about this stuff. Most of you know CSI's executive director, Dr. Lewis. She has led, founded, or consulted on almost all of Colorado's oldest and best performing charters. Long ago, she even helped draft CLA's first charter application. And for the last 5 years, Dr. Lewis has led CSI, Colorado's national award-winning authorizer. I've asked her to take this over and say a few words about some of the other problems that CLA's governing board is ignoring. Dr. Lewis.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Dr. Terry Croy Lewis, and I'm the Executive Director of the Colorado Charter School Institute. I have worn many hats in my 25 years in the charter sector as founder and board member, executive director, principal, consultant, trainer, authorizer, and charter school parent. I began my charter school journey in 1996 when I served as a founder and board president of Platte River Academy, a charter school in Douglas County. Afterwards, I helped start other charter schools throughout the Denver metro area. I later served as the Vice President of School Quality and Support at the Colorado League of Charter Schools. Let me start with the universal truth of charter schools. We believe that enrollment matters. It tells us whether a school is meeting the needs of the community it serves. And Community Leadership Academy has had declining enrollment for the last 5 years. Students in Adams 14 are choicing out in record numbers, and they're going anywhere else rather than CLA. CLA says its enrollment is similar to the district's declining enrollment, but that's not true. In the middle and high school levels, Adams 14's enrollment is down 2%. CLA's enrollment is down a whopping 16%.
Excuse me just one moment. I am so sorry to interrupt. I'm noting that the time is 2:13. But Madam Chair, I just wanted to check in real quick. The guideline appears to state that the client representatives are not necessarily designees of the oral arguments, and I just wanted to point that out before this continued, and I'm sorry for interrupting the timing here. Would it be proper to address that just as a point of procedure?
Sure, I'm not aware that that's a problem. School decision on whether it's an attorney. Sometimes we don't even have an attorney representing a district. So I'm a little unclear what you're suggesting. It was up to them to decide how to structure the presentation to us. They basically have 15 minutes.
Thank you. Madam Chair, would it make sense to just make sure that we understand the parties' positions on this too before proceeding? The parties' positions on having the presentation divided between designees?
I'll go first. CSI's position is that this is fine. Obviously, we're the one who put Dr. Lewis on, and I'll note that the opposing counsel has not raised any objections yet.
I'll go ahead and raise my objection now. It was our understanding of the rules that the party representatives that are designated are not allowed to present oral argument, since the rule says who shall not present oral argument.
One moment here. And
so this is different, counselor, than other appeals we've had where we have left it up to each side to make the decision.
And one moment, I again apologize for interrupting. There was a procedural order which may address this as well, and the parties did file designations. Thank you for the opportunity to just resolve this here.
Well, in the brief that you gave us, Ms. Kim, you do have as designated party representatives, Dr. Lewis. So then our information is helpful.
So in CSI's designation of representatives, it states CSI will be represented at the state board by Antonio Paras, I'm sorry for the pronunciations, Luke Ragland, Dr. Terry Corey-Lewis, and Joe Peters. Council, there was no specification among them as to role. As I'm looking at the pleading CSI's designation of representatives dated March 26, 2021, and it does appear to be consistent in my view with their designation. Madam Chair, was there any other further inquiry on that?
You've confused me now. Is it okay to continue or not? Or Mr. Sporks, on what basis are you objecting to allowing each side to make a decision among the designated party representatives?
When the rules were changed in the 2019 charter school appeals, that it changed from allowing for oral argument to be broken out between the person giving oral argument and the designated representatives. And now the rules say that the designated representatives shall not present oral argument. So it's just the rule actually changed to specifically address that.
Thank you. Mr. Peters?
I was unaware that that change happened. I'd be happy to carry on with Dr. Lewis's testimony, and I'll just read it myself if that's your preference. My understanding of the board, however, is that you generally do prefer to hear from the parties and not the lawyers.
That is true, but you're the one who helped us change the rules, so.
Yeah,
We'll
Madam
put you
Chair.
on the spot, Joe.
Madam Chair, it would appear that, presuming the rule that we adopted did say that, and I haven't read it in a while. And for the record, I oppose those rules. Just, well, while we're on the subject, it would appear that if the school relied on that as a rule, apparently to their detriment, if CSI is allowed to bring in other witnesses. So I don't think that there should be a second. If in fact that's what our rule says, there should not be any. Ms. Lewis's remarks are out of order.
Madam Chair, I'd be happy to review the language of the rule with you for a moment and then just briefly look at the designations of each of the parties, if that would be helpful to you. Mr.
Peters, what are your thoughts? Let's not make this too complicated.
Yeah,
I definitely want to change the rules if a school can't represent itself, if they have to have legal counsel, but that's another story.
As I mentioned, I'm happy to carry on and just read Dr. Lewis's statement myself if that's the board's preference.
Sounds like that's what we need to do. Thank you, Mr. Peters. Go ahead. Apologies, Dr. Lewis.
And just for timing too, Madam Chair, and I apologize for the interruption. I interjected starting at 2:13, and I note that it's 2:19. If there's a way to recalibrate the time so that this conversation.
I'm assuming Ms. Moranbach is keeping track of that.
Yes, Madam Chair. I paused my timer when the interjection happened, and so we have about 2 minutes and 30 seconds left remaining, Mr. Peters.
That doesn't sound right.
I'm sorry, let me clarify. That's for your 5-minute reminder, and then your 5 minutes will remain after that.
All right, as I say, it sounds like 7.5 to me is what I
Yes, you got it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So where Dr. Lewis left off, she was getting to the enrollment point. CLA says its enrollment decline is similar to the district's declining enrollment, and that isn't true. At the middle and high school levels, Adams 14's enrollment is down 2 points, 2%. CLA's is down a whopping 16%. Now, we've seen this sort of drop in enrollment before, even with schools that are performing well academically. And what happens when schools don't address the root cause of those declines, the financial and operational problems are never far behind. Now, I ask you to ask yourselves, why is a school that has high academic achievement in a low-performing district losing almost a fifth of its kids? Why are parents choosing to drive their students across town rather than lining up to enroll at this school? The answer is simple. Parents are running from the culture at CLA. When Dr. Lewis started in 2016 as the new executive director, she was confronted with complaints from many Commerce City community members. And she was told that the leadership at CLA was aggressive, belligerent, and abusive. And she quickly learned that the sentiment was shared by many. CSI has heard and witnessed this from its own staff and board. CLA leadership has yelled at and belittled several CSI staff and board members in the past decade. CSI has heard this from other charter school professionals. CLA creates chaos everywhere it goes. This is its 5th charter appeal to this board, and that's not counting its failed petition to revoke Adams 14's exclusive chartering authority. The school has been suspended from CHSA because the head of school's belligerent behavior towards the other teams. Students can't play CHSA sports due to the fact that this school leader's hostile and threatening behavior has resulted in a 2-year suspension. And for the past year and a half, as the school has looked for charter networks to merge with, we have heard from several of those networks. Every meeting ended abruptly. One network leader said that Mr. Jadelsky literally started shouting and stormed out of the meeting. We have heard this from parents. Over the years, parents often have called and emailed to lodge complaints with CSI. Many of them have asked to remain anonymous out of fear for retaliation. We've heard this from the Commerce City community. Dr. Lewis was going to recount a story. The District Accountability Committee in Adams 14 asked her to sit in a community forum as they considered a recent charter application just a couple of years ago. Student after student, community member after community member got up and testified about the hostile—
Objection.
There's 5 minutes remaining, council, just so you know.
Go ahead. I'm not a judge here. Mr. Peters.
All right. We've heard this from the students. One of the young women got up and talked about being body shamed by CLA school leaders.
Excuse me a moment. Sorry to interrupt. It is still 2:23. Madam Chair, it sounds like CLA's presenter has an objection. Might it be proper to understand what the objection is?
I don't know. You tell me. We've not had this kind of.
I think the Madam Chair, if the objection, as I recall, we're only accepting testimony from items that are clearly in the record. Is the objection based on this commentary about students or parents is not in the record?
Yes, as well as the comments about CHSA.
It's not in the record?
Correct.
Well, then I think the objection well taken.
Okay.
Because again, the rules that were written, which I didn't support, prohibit that prohibit that inclusion.
Madam Chair, that is consistent with the guidelines.
Thank you. Mr. Peters, go ahead.
And, the simple truth is that declining enrollment is a serious concern, and the root causes of that declining enrollment need to be addressed. The simple truth is that school leadership's treatment of students and families is a serious problem, and this governing board has a responsibility to acknowledge and address those issues. At the crux of CSI's concerns is the issue of the school's governance. Our contract asks that the school's governing board finally stop ignoring those problems before it's too late. As Colorado statewide authorizer, we truly believe in our statutory mission to bring quality schools to at-risk students and to serve as a model authorizer. Our position is simple. We want this school to take responsibility for improving its governance. We want it to take responsibility for planning its leadership transition. And we want it so that the school can get back on track because Commerce City kids need this school. That was the end of Dr. Lewis's testimony. Now, before I wrap up, I need to address one point of law. The school tells you that the words instructions to renew or reinstate in the statute give you the authority to give us instructions for further negotiation after this appeal. The Colorado Supreme Court has considered that precise argument and rejected it. Your role is not to edit the contract. Your role is to approve or disapprove it. I can talk about that more later if you'd like to ask me about it. Members, this is not a complicated case. In every other appeal, you have to figure out whether the district is protecting the kids or protecting its turf. CSI does not have turf. We do not compete with our schools. Our only interest is in making sure the kids in this community have access to quality charter schools. And there is a common thread running through everything Dr. Lewis and I have spoken about this afternoon. The school's governing board. They've overseen years of the school misrepresenting its legal compliance, of students and parents filing complaint after complaint, of their belligerent school leader getting them kicked out of everything they join. Every conversation with possible new management partners has failed, and their enrollment is in a free fall. And the board's only response when we tell them to do something about it is to deny that there's anything that could possibly need to be fixed. This head in the sand approach to board governance is not in the best interests of the school's kids. Now, we've offered them a 5-year contract because their test scores are still holding up. But this is a school that needs to improve its governance and plan for its future before it's too late. We've asked them to get that done within 2 years, or they'll need to renegotiate their contract with us. Under the circumstances, that's a really favorable contract, and it is not contrary to the best interests of the school students. Please deny this appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe that CLA did already use extra 4 minutes. So at this time, each state board member will have 6 minutes to ask questions of the parties and to hear their answers. You may cede all or part of your time to other board members to later questions. Ms. Maramba will tell you when your time is up. Ms. Maramba, do you want to designate the order of board members' questions?
I may be looking to Ms. Kim here, but I believe that the CLA still has 4 minutes remaining as a rebuttal.
No, they. Am I wrong, sir? You did use them, right?
It wasn't the full 4 minutes.
I used about 30 seconds of it.
Yes, that's correct from my records too.
All right, so I misunderstood. If you have more to say, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Before I finish my rebuttal, I point of clarification on my objection is Dr. Lewis's testimony, as well as the reference to the prior appeals, the CHASA, complaints by parents, is all of that being stricken from the record?
Complaints by parents will be in the record. I don't know about CHASA. Ms. Kim?
Yes, ma'am. I believe that given the fact that it's already been uttered, Madam Chair, one way to resolve the question is to go back during each of the state board members' questioning time to confirm what is and what is outside of the record, and that will have to go. It seems like that is the one option to resolve the questions having to do with the record. It may be appropriate to just get the parties' positions on this briefly, just to understand their point of view on it, Madam Chair.
Mr. Sparks, I don't understand. Go ahead.
So our position is that the rules prohibit speaking in oral arguments about anything that is not contained within the record. And also, as we discussed, having the party representatives speak during oral argument. And so I guess I'm moving to have stricken from the record Dr. Lewis's testimony, as well as the references in the record to CHASA, the appeals that are prior to 2019, and the complaints by the parents.
So on behalf of CSI.
Mr. Durham, go just a second, Mr. Peters. Mr. Durham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We don't. We're not a court in the traditional sense, and so striking something from the record is certainly more difficult for us. And I think probably is not. I think I would just say that that since Ms. Lewis' remarks were not supported by evidence in the record, and I think that, as I understand, that's not a fact in dispute, then they should be considered prejudicial by those of us who listen to them. And but we can't, unfortunately, we cannot unhear what we have heard. So at least as one member of the board, when we get to that consideration, I will note that I consider those remarks to be prejudicial and unsupported.
Mr. Peters, go ahead.
Or just for the record, CSI's position, because I know Ms. Kim wants to know our position on the question. Striking from the record is a relatively meaningless procedure for the reasons Mr. Durham, Board Member Durham, refers to. There's no judicial review here. There's not going to be any record going forward for further review. And would be the first time I've ever seen this board try to limit the scope of the record in this way. It would be a little bit unusual, and Mr. Sparks, of course, testified to a great many things that were outside the scope of the record in his opening statement. But this is your show, and we have no objection to whichever way you want to go with it.
Ms. Kim.
Madam Chair, might I recommend that as an option, Madam Chair, consider just identifying for the board that the objection has been noted, that the objection stated an issue as to the words uttered by Dr. Coy and the subjects that Mr. Sparks has listed, and that the board can consider that and weigh the matter as they proceed with their deliberation. Again, because all of this is part of the record, that may be one way to go about it. And if there are specific questions about what is or what is not within the scope of the record, those may be proper questions from the board members when the board gets to that part of the proceeding.
Okay, so I said what you said. I'm real uncomfortable with all of this. We've heard what we've heard. Some of the things were in the record that have been, I know about both sides, but I'm not sure we're going to gain anything on behalf of what's best for kids if we fuss on this. Colleagues, any objections that we just move on? Hearing none, Ms. Maramba, would you please identify the first board member to ask questions? And please, board members, do feel free to ask questions about this. I'm fairly flummoxed.
Madam Chair, I believe Mr. Sparks still has 3 minutes and 16 seconds remaining.
Okay.
This is for his rebuttal.
Okay. Mr. Sparks, please go ahead.
Thank you. So I do want to acknowledge that CSI is correct that the leadership of the school does want to retire. They did express that to CSI and have put plans to retire on hold during this global pandemic. They actually just had kids back in their building for the first time in over a year, I think 2 weeks ago, and still are only at 40% capacity at most, and is very much a changing situation every day. And so they have agreed to not leave until things stabilize. So it was not an invitation to CSI to twist that around and force them out just because they had expressed a desire to leave and find a suitable merger partner that had the resources to take on the school in a way that a single replacement would not. So they are diligently still pursuing that, but they do not want to have the pressure of a charter contract that's forcing them out. And so CSI has continued to raise issues from the past that it has previously accepted as being cured, and now claiming that despite the fact that CSI has accepted that cure, that the school is still not in compliance. And if that was the case, CSI should be doing something about that other than just trying to force CLA's leadership out over the next 2 years. Forcing these students out, or forcing out the leaders, is not in the best interest of students. And CSI is just bringing up anecdotal complaints about the school and trying to make you believe that this is a systemic problem. If it is a systemic problem, CSI should be addressing that with the school and not unilaterally forcing out leadership and putting it straight into the resolution that the school would need to give up its appeal rights. That is also not in the best interest of students for the CSI board to alter state law and take away the ability of this board to have oversight of CSI. So that is really our concern, is that this is not on a timeline that is best for these students to make the leadership change now. It's something that is still being pursued, but it has to be on a timeline that is in the best interest of students. And that requires finding the correct partner that has both the experience with a high free and reduced lunch population and the resources in order to properly take over these schools. The declining enrollment issue, we dispute the numbers used by CSI that the whole district and area has faced declining enrollment, and that CLA is not in any sort of financial trouble. They have $5 million in reserves, and so they can withstand many years of declining enrollment. And if this board, CSI, is so concerned with that, they need to give them the breathing room and the autonomy to focus on their enrollment. They've maintained strong finances and excellent academics despite the challenges they face, and they need to have their autonomy. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, my apologies if I did not handle the legalese very well. Not been a judge in a long, long time. That was in school. Ms. Maramba.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Do you want to go alphabetically? Let's make it easy.
Sure, if that's what you prefer. The first board member would be Board Member Durham then.
Mr. Durham, are you ready to take your 6 minutes? Or some portion thereof?
Well, let's, if you don't mind, Madam Chair, I'd like to pass for a moment. I need to go take a little allergy medication before I get too much further involved in this.
Of course, okay.
I'll be back in about 3 minutes. Thank you.
That'd be just fine. Believe Miss Esser would be next, am I right?
It's Skarziga.
Skarziga.
Can I ask a point of clarification?
Certainly, Mr. Sparks.
In past appeals, board members who did not attend the entire board meeting were not allowed to vote. I just want to make sure that Mr. Durham's momentary absence is not going to impact his ability to vote.
I assure you it will not.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, sorry, if that was an alternative request to hold for 3 minutes until Mr. Durham returns, I just wanted to put that out there as well.
I'm not aware that either party has asked for that, but I wouldn't object. CSI wouldn't object, but I see no need for it either.
Mr. Sparks, are you objecting? Shall we wait 3 minutes?
I'm not objecting. As long as he's not going to lose his ability to vote, I'm not objecting.
Believe
or requesting
me,
it.
I'm very confident that he will be thoroughly engaged.
Great, thank you.
Board member Skarziga, are you ready to ask some questions?
I am. I've got just one question and maybe a comment to start, and then I'll just cede my time, but I may want to come back and have a few moments. So the documents inside, when we're talking about the record, especially that 611-page document, I did read the entire thing. And I'll note, and I think it's on page 164, where it starts talking about complaints. And it does talk about CSI, and they're actually, it's going back and forth about how CSI is handling complaints about the school. It refers to them as third party. Maybe it doesn't say parents in there, but there is something in here. It's a pretty extensive record of complaints. I just want to note that. And also, inside the testimony of the Flores case, which is inside the record, which was fascinating reading, you'll note that there are parents, there are students in there that are on the legal record right there testifying to their experience with the school. And that impacted me a great deal, particularly the students that were a part of this signing the, what you call voluntary withdrawal policy. So that's my notes. My question, I think, is to the school. And as I read through, I just had this curiosity question. Initially, I see through correspondence where the school does say, we are willing to perhaps merge with somebody else, that the staff, the leadership is going to retire, that as their plans. My question is, why did that change? What made the school change their mind about that statement? Why are, and maybe you haven't changed your mind, but it appears as if the school has backtracked from that conversation, and it's in writing. Why? Can I ask why? What's led to that change?
Sir, your microphone's not on.
So the idea wasn't just about a merger. It was about a sustainability partnership so that these kids have the probability to access the quality of education we've spent 20 years for them to have. And so we had been in talks over the last 5 years with different groups here and there, conversations. But the more that we started to really think about it, it really was about an organization that was interested in the success of our students in the future. So we thought we had narrowed down a partner, and that partner mentioned we had private conversations in Arizona, and they mentioned that they knew people at CSI. But we asked them adamantly to not get involved with CSI, and because we were in the middle of this extremely difficult renewal process. And what happened is that all of a sudden the merger became front and center for CSI. It went from being an innovative sustainability idea for the success of these students in the future to now being a weapon used against the school. And the truth of it is that no merger, no multi-million-dollar merger is a done deal. And then the merger candidate, which also said that my wife and I were so necessary, they wanted us to work with all 33 schools because the expertise and the success that we've had in Commerce City, they do not have. 33 schools, 20,000 students, they don't have it. And so what was going on is that it looked like that there was more a concerted effort between CSI and the merger partner to use the merger to try to pressure us instead of focusing on how we create a sustainability future for the level of education that we've created that they have in the future. And then the threat from CSI to the school in all of this distorted information about the school and kind of the whole narrative that's been going on now for 5 years. And since the school was under threat, what we decided to do is that we need to wait. And the extension of COVID and its complexities and getting back to normal operations, that becomes the priority. So it wasn't that we backtracked.
Can I ask then, clarifying, is then if I'm hearing that it's the school has a $5 million reserve, everything's great, everything's wonderful, why is there a need for a plan to be sustainable, I guess, to merge? I mean, I guess that's the confusion I got caught in.
Well, the smaller standalone charter organizations are really becoming more obsolete. It's just like what we've gone through. We've spent $200,000 defending ourselves from CSI just since 2019. So what we were looking for is somebody that has a larger capacity so that they wouldn't need the $5 million of reserves that CLA has. Somebody that brought organizational capacity to the table, but they were so interested in what CLA brought to the table that it would be a merger of kind of necessity. They would want the expertise that we've gained over all these years and how to educate kids in this type of community. But we get their organizational capacity. We could centralize HR and some of the other things that schools do. What happens is over time is that your people do want to retire. So our HR person, or our accountant, different things. When a standalone organization loses those positions, that's an impact on your capacity. But
okay,
go ahead.
Can I ask the charter, the CSI, their take on that question? Why the need for the merger? Do you have a take on that?
Yeah, absolutely. So as Mr. Gudelsky said, the conversation sort of changed in the middle of last summer or last fall. And that's because they adopted a board resolution in which they told us that they absolutely refused to talk about any governance improvements whatsoever. And we decided at that point, all right, it's just, we got to get a new team in here. We understand it's going to take some time, but a couple of years, will be a reasonable time frame in which to do that. Now later,
you're at your 6 minute mark. You're actually over.
I'm good. All right. Thank you.
Board Member Durham, I hope you're feeling better.
Well, I'm not seeing at the moment. Let me just start with a couple of questions of Ms. Lewis. One, I mean, there is no dispute. I presume there's no dispute that this is a particularly high-performing school given the demographics of, or these schools are high-performing given the demographics of the student body. Is that in?
Yes, that's correct. They have high academic performance in all three schools. They've had some declines, but they do have high academic performance.
So is it your conclusion that current management is in no way responsible for that success?
No, I think when we evaluate a school and we oversee a school, we look at academics, finances, and operations organizationally. And
Ms. Lewis, that's not the question I asked. I said, am I to presume that your hostility toward this management means that you don't give them any credit for the education outcomes?
No, that's not correct. We give them credit.
So is it true that for whatever set of reasons you and perhaps others on your board have some personal animosity to this management team? Is that a fair statement?
That is not a fair statement. We
so
do not.
You like them just fine.
This is a professional relationship, and it has nothing to do with personal animosity.
Do you consider them unprofessional?
At times, yes.
Do you oppose a voluntary withdrawal policy in lieu of expulsion?
Yes, if it does not provide due process.
But the due process would simply be an appeal to the existing board if they're of the charter school. Is that correct?
Correct. As we were told that was the appeal process, that the families could file a grievance with the board, and that was the appropriate way that they felt it could be addressed. However, later found out that was not correct.
So let's take this, other than this particular bone of contention, are there others in terms of your absolute insistence on a change in management? And I guess on what basis would you conclude, since there are certainly not many other, if any other, schools that perform with this demographic at this level, why do you believe you could find another group or force the finding of another group that could get the same academic result?
This was not our idea or our initiative. They have come to us and stated that they wanted to do a leadership transition. And it is our position from the very beginning and from the initiating of this renewal process that we want to work with the governing board, and we want to ensure high governance standards, and that this board has a contract with the CSI board. So it is our desire to push on strong governance. And this has been the case with other schools as well. We had a school in renewal, this same group in this cohort that has high academic success, has had high financial success, and yet struggled with governance. And so the recommendation was for a shorter contract, and they addressed their governance issues and worked with CSI, and they ended up with a 5-year contract. So we're not singling out this school. We expect strong governance. And
let me read part of milestone 2 to you.
Okay.
So the ELA board and the institute agree that no later, and this is an adhesion contract, this is not negotiation, no later than November 15th, which is about 6 months from now, give or take, that they'll have a contract and you'll finalize and approve it. Are you willing to see the school closed if they don't have that contract?
We do not desire to see the school closed. That is not our position and never has.
What happens if it's not? Let's suppose that they can't reach an agreement until the first of the year. What are you going to do?
The plan is what they have stated, that they want to have a leadership transition, and we are holding them to that. And we're holding the governing board to that.
I'm not asking what they stated. I'm asking you what your language says.
So Board Member Durham, the language says that they will come back through for an early renewal and have a new conversation with us. Board Member Ragland from the CSI board.
That's not what it said.
Sorry,
Board Member? Agree that no later than they'll finalize and approve.
Mm-hmm.
That's
what
the
next paragraph provides a remedy in the event that they don't do that. So if you go to the next paragraph, it says if they fail to meet that, then they're going to be in breach of contract and they're going to come back forward for a new renewal cycle. That's all it says. There's no closure, there's no revocation, right? There's a specific remedy provided in the milestone. It says new renewal cycle. It's right there in the language that you're reading. I was going to say, Board Member Ragland was integral in drafting that language. I'd love to hear his thoughts on the intention behind it.
Who was? I'm sorry.
Luke Ragland from the CSI board.
Okay.
Thanks, Board Member Durham.
Objection.
Mr. Sparks, what's your objection, please?
That CSI's council is directing questions where this is the time for the state board to ask questions, not council.
Madam Chair, if it would be helpful, it seems like there was an indication of who might have that information, and any board member would be able to ask the question of Mr. Ragland if it is what they wish to do. I think that should resolve the matter.
I'll reserve the rest of my time and let other board member ask that question. Thank you.
Ms. Esser? Board Member Esser?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I had my camera off for a while because I keep getting static. The connection doesn't seem to be as strong as it should be, so I did turn my camera off for a while. I have several questions. One is, how is the school board chosen for this particular charter? The local board.
Would you like me to answer that question, or are you directing it to a particular school member, assessor?
No, go ahead, Mr. Sparks.
All right, thank you. So it is a self-replicating board that is drawn from the community. There are 2 parents who serve on that board, 1 grandparent, 1 community member who is also a former Adams 14 school board member, and then just 1 professional contact who had been the owner's rep for the construction of the school. And so it's just chosen by the board members based on people who get involved with the SAC committee and express an interest in the success of the school. So 3 out of the 5 do have students enrolled in the school.
So they're not elected by parents, or they seem to have just been appointed?
Yeah, as is common with almost all charter schools, they are elected by the board members themselves, not through popular election.
Okay, so just the board members elect the board members?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Another question I have is, it is in the record about the voluntary withdrawals that are pre-signed, which is very unusual for me as an assistant superintendent or a principal. I've never seen voluntary withdrawals, and I know those are no longer in place, but that was one of the issues. How do you now keep track of which students are asked to leave for whatever reason?
Yeah, so we worked with CSI on developing revisions to the policy, as well as a parental notice that is given, and also process for how to document it. So when parents are asked to withdraw their students based on the voluntary withdrawal, they're also given documentation of their rights, that they don't have to withdraw, they can object to it. And then at that point, their student could be recommended for suspension or expulsion, or whatever other disciplinary measures are, and then that they would have the right to appeal to the CLA board any of those decisions. And so all of that is then tracked so that to make sure that those students are given their rights protected both under state as well as federal law.
So that's still in place, that parents pre-sign a voluntary withdrawal form?
Ron, did you want to add to that, or you want to address that? You're muted, Ron.
Sarah, you're muted.
There you go.
No, we don't use the same forms regarding the policy at all. And I can explain about the original signatures.
That's okay. I read through all of the documentation. So you do keep track of how many suspensions and expulsions take place, correct?
Yes, we do. We have to legally. Yes.
Right.
Of course.
Right. Okay. And you use exactly the same statute for expulsions that is in Colorado law?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So the voluntary withdrawal policy is an alternative to allowing those students to not have their records tarnished and can withdraw on their own. Now, if it's for a violent offense or something like that, there would be something different used. But if it's, for something that's not a violent offense, it helps them have a better academic record, and they're allowed to come back to the school in the future.
Yeah, there are mandatory expulsions. That's for any school.
Yes.
The automatic withdrawal in the court case was very problematic because a couple of those students were seniors and they're now without their final year because they had to voluntarily withdraw. That's an expulsion with another word. So it was very concerning for me to see that seniors were left high and dry.
CSI taught us how to use the policy.
Okay.
We created, CSI taught us. We specifically asked them if we got into those circumstances, and we were taught by CSI legal counsel how to execute the policy. That's why there's always been contention around the policy. They wrote it, they created it, they taught us how to use it, and we used it for all that time. And then all of a sudden, there's all of this contention around the policy.
For the record,
and there's always been the ability for parents to appeal. They sign a document that says that they've read the parent student handbook and they understand the appeal process.
Okay, that's
so parents
now.
saying that they didn't know that they could appeal. We have signed documents that show that they say that they did know that they could appeal.
Mr. Peters, what did you want to add?
I was going to say, I don't believe it's true that CSI helped them write the policy. We've been going through this argument for 5 years now while I've been around. And the first time I've heard them say that is in their reply brief 3 weeks ago.
Okay, excuse me, Madam Chair, as a point of order, I believe we're still in the middle of Dr. Esser's 6 minutes for questions.
And those 6 minutes have expired, so we are at time.
Board Member McClellan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to center my questioning around what is in the best interest for students attending this school. And my question is for the applicant CLA, and either their attorney or the operator can answer. Is it your impression or your contention that if you were not entering into negotiations for a merger, that this might not be happening? Is that something that's happening beneath the surface of this conversation? Or are you concerned that what's happening with respect to this condition that's been set could negatively impact your ability to get through that negotiation? And Ms. Kim, if that goes beyond the scope of what we're allowed to ask within this proceeding, I hope you'll let me know.
I feel like what we determined because of the way that the merger conversation went sideways, that we wanted to do a sustainability analysis. We really wanted to have a third party come in and evaluate why we're so good at what we do, other areas that we need to tend to, and put together a sustainability plan. And from that, then, it would give us kind of the logistics of exactly who would be a good candidate, how that sustainability partnership would be pursued. Because the way that the conversations with the merger candidate a few months ago went so sideways, we said, let's slow down, let's step back, and let's do this the right way. Let's go through the process of analyzing our school and a multitude of different metrics. Then let's get to a point where we have a created plan, and then let's start to talk to well-vetted, chosen potential sustainability partners, and then go through that process. So we felt like easily, and none of that can be done effectively until we're at normal operations. And until COVID clarifies and gets to a certain point, it's hard to begin that type of a sustainability analysis until we get to normal operations. But we felt like if we had the time, and now that we've kind of learned the hard way, not to rush into this and to make sure you have well-vetted potential sustainability partners, that if we took our time and we did the sustainability analysis, we created the sustainability plan, and then we started to talk to sustainability partners about that partnership in the 4th, 5th year, then that would be appropriate. I feel like based on what COVID has done, based on what we've learned. So it wasn't really that we were trying to backtrack, and it doesn't mean that at some point we don't want to retire, but we can't retire while the schools are under threat. And we can't not say that the schools are not under threat with the conditions that are on the table, because they are. And so, so really that was the shift in our thinking.
Okay, I appreciate that. And I wanted to give CSI a chance to speak to the same point. Help me understand why this condition is so such an important point for your organization, and help me understand how that relates to whether or not the school will be able to successfully get through whatever management matters they need to get through.
So I think I'd like to invite Mr. Perez to respond to that question on CSI's behalf. Antonio, are you there?
I am. Can folks hear me?
Yep.
Perfect. First off, thank you all for having me. My name is Antonio Perez. I'm a member of the CSI board. I chaired the Performance Management Committee during this past renewal process, so I oversaw, alongside of other board members, this ongoing discussion and negotiation with CLA VPA. To answer the question, actually, when we first started talking to CLA VPA about a renewal, our biggest concern was governance. They had board members that didn't live in the community or the area. They had board members that had sat back and allowed their school leadership to break the rules and the laws. We saw them as, we watched as that board allowed the school leadership to be very abusive towards students, as we saw in their testimony in the case, in the Flores case. Then during the renewal discussions, it was put out that to us that CLA VPA was looking for a merger partner. And I think that makes a lot of sense. Everything that Ron shared makes sense to me. Why would you want someone who could help you be more sustainable? Unfortunately, we have concerns that are well-founded, as pointed out over and over and evidenced in the Flores case and other things that we've entered, that this is not a strong governing board. Though their school produces high academics, they struggle with enrollment. They were sued by parents and students. They've had testimony against them in public settings that were very negative. And so we wanted to make sure that if a merger was going to happen, that it was one that was going to enhance and strengthen the governance and ensure the school does have a long-term future there in Commerce City. And so we then started to discuss at the Performance Management Committee, what would it look like to add a condition as simple as saying, could you please come with us and show us the plan by the end of November, by November or whatever it was, I think 15th, that board member Durham referenced. Please show us your plan of what that would look like. And if you don't, then let's sit down and have a conversation about maybe you're not about to merge. And if so, then what would a new renewal contract look like? So for us, it's just at the heart of, we're concerned about the governance of the school. And we wanted to make sure that we were in partnership with them as they were looking at a merger. They use merger language, but oftentimes mergers look a lot more like acquisitions. And it usually means the new board may end up taking a large role in this. And since we hold the contract with whomever is the board at the time, I think it makes total sense as within our scope and kind of rights to ask those questions.
Yeah, I would just stress that from the board's perspective, board member McClellan, that we want the school to be successful, right? I mean, the goal was to make sure that the school continues and is successful. No one is intending to force anyone out. That's not our goal. Even today, you heard from counsel of CLA VPA, quote, they're diligently still pursuing a takeover of the school with somebody else. It's simply not responsible for CSI to, sign on to a multi-year contract in which we don't know who the leadership will be. And for me personally, and I think for the rest of the board, it was really critical what Mr. Peters said, which is we don't want the school to close if they don't meet those metrics. So board member Durham's question. It's
Board
just
member
simply
McClellan, your time is up.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's just simply that we would be back to reevaluate where things are at. It is not a closure. I wouldn't have signed on to that, frankly.
Thank you.
I wouldn't have either.
Thank you. Board Member Rankin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for Mr. Peters. If we vote to deny this appeal, you also said you would like in 2 years to have a renegotiation. Is that part of the moving forward if this appeal is denied? I'm a little confused about that. If we deny this appeal, does it mean every appeal in the future is denied? I'm looking at exactly this case right now where we stand. Can you answer that for me?
Yeah, so if you deny this appeal, then the contract says something like what we've asked for it to say. And then they have to sort of follow the terms and the milestones. If they follow the terms and the milestones that we've asked them to do, then it's a 5-year contract and you don't have to see us again for at least 5 years. If you deny this appeal and then they don't follow the terms in the milestones, then it's a 2-year contract and they apply for renewal again, and we, CSI and CLA have this conversation again 2 years from now about the strength of their governing board and their plans for the future. That's the only thing that happens.
I really like sunsets or checking in situations that are possibly contentious. And is it possible that 2 years from now, there may be a resolution of who the leadership is there? And that would be a perfect time to come back and renegotiate, because there might, this COVID thing and then this type of a serious, I don't want people to walk away, because I think the students are doing well there academically, and that, I mean, if they were really doing poorly, it would help with my decision. But fortunately, they're not doing that poorly, so I think it's an adult problem here. And so if we deny it and come back in 2 years, that sounds like a reasonable, unless everything is just unreasonable to move forward. I'm glad to hear people aren't saying close the school down.
Yeah, Board Member Rankin, I think it's critical for the CSI board that this school continue. It's not just our goal that we want the school to be successful, we want it to be successful in the long term. And I would point to the enrollment stuff. People on the CSI board laugh at me because I'm always pointing to enrollment as the thing that matters the very most, because parents' decisions about where to send their kids to school tells us more than test scores. It tells us more than legal compliance. It tells us more than anything. And this area is losing students. It's not that there aren't elementary school students and middle school students to attend these schools and high school students. It's that they're leaving the area. They're driving right past CLA VPA. And a level at which makes me very concerned about the school's long-term viability. I appreciate the reserves. I appreciate this strong financial stewardship that they've had, and I don't deny that whatsoever. But seeing parents are telling us something, and I think that we have to listen. And then I'll give my commitment to you is that the rest of the CSI board wants this school to stay open and succeed. Our goal is not to use this as a lever to close the school. It's exactly the opposite, is that we are committed to ensuring that there is a charter option available in Adams 14. And I think in the long term, if these answers aren't provided or if these conclusions aren't reached, then I'm afraid that we actually do lose the charter school in this area.
I guess, Mr. Peters, would you go over what the choice is? Is it to grant the appeal or deny the appeal? Is it that black and white? But not
objection.
Mr. Sparks.
Is Mr. Peters being asked to clarify this as the State Board of Education's legal counsel or as CSI's legal counsel? Because Ms. Kim is your legal counsel in this matter.
I'm sorry. I'll ask. Okay, Ms. Kim, I'll ask you the same question.
Well, excuse me a second. Ms. Rankin, if I understood your question, though, you're asking for the party's position. And if you ask the Institute Board's counsel or representative, I think the question is whether you will ask the similar question to the school and applicants representatives as well. And that is entirely up to you, Ms. Rankin. So please proceed.
So, Ms. Rankin, if I could answer your question on behalf of CSI, and then I'm more than happy to let Mr. Sparks answer on behalf of CLA.
That sounds fine. Yes, thank you.
So CSI's position is that you have an up or down vote in front of you. You can grant this appeal, in which case you have all the authority in the world to tell us why, to make your findings as to why you find it to be contrary to the best interests of the students. And then we have to take those findings into consideration when we go back and negotiate. What you can't do, because the Colorado Supreme Court has already said that you do, the statute doesn't allow you to do, is to give instructions on the further negotiations. So this came up in the Denver Public Schools case, the very first charter school case, Booth. It was literally one of the two main questions on appeal. The first question on appeal was, is the Charter Schools Act constitutional? And the answer was yes. The second question, because this board had remanded on a second appeal to Denver Public Schools, they had said, we want you to negotiate over these specific things, give us status reports in 90 days about what the status of those negotiations are. You had given those specific instructions on a second appeal. The words in the statute are exactly the same: instructions to approve or instructions to reinstate a contract. The words are exactly the same. And in that case, the Colorado Supreme Court said you don't have the authority to do that. Your job is to give instructions to approve, not instructions on how to continue negotiating. This has been asked and answered in the context of a district appeal. The words in the statute are exactly the same here. Our position is that the answer is exactly the same here. So you can, if you grant the appeal, you tell us why, and we'll take that into consideration when we go and negotiate, and we'll know that we can't do that thing that you told us we can't do. If you deny it, then we go back and we sign a new contract, probably more along the lines of what CSI is looking for. Then
Board Member Rankin, your time is now up.
Okay, I'm going to take chair's privilege here, and let's get this question finished from both attorneys, please. We're learning that these constraints are not serving, actually, any of us probably. So, Mr. Peters, were you finished in your answer to Ms. Rankin?
I was only going to say, in fairness, I believe Mr. Sparks should respond, even if Board Member Rankin's time is up.
I agree with you, and as I said, I'm using chair's privilege and screwing things up. Please, Mr. Sparks, go ahead.
Thank you all. So we entirely disagree. The case that went to the Supreme Court was a district charter school case. And so it's an entirely different process because of local control. And so the state board has a two-step process for hearing appeals when it comes to a district authorized school. When you appeal the decision of a local board, you go to the state board, and the state board gives an advisory opinion saying, here's what we'd like you to do. And then if the parties don't reach agreement, they have to appeal again and come back to the state board. And that's a different process entirely because of that local control issue. CSI is basically a department within the Colorado Department of Education. And so there is not a local control issue. And there is not a two-step appeal process that we are dealing with here. We're dealing with an entirely different statute that explicitly says that this board is to give instructions in that appeal. And so to take a local control case and try to apply that to a CSI issue is a apples to oranges comparison. And if you don't give us instructions on what to do, and you either just merely grant our approval of our appeal or deny it, we're stuck in limbo. We have really no process under the law for how we are supposed to resolve it, because your decision is not appealable. It is supposed to be the final word of what's supposed to happen here. So whatever you do, please don't leave us in limbo of not telling us what it is we're supposed to do with this situation. And if you read the language of Milestone 2, which is the whole crux of our situation, it says that we are giving up our appeal rights. And so if you're taking the position that you can't redline something and you vote to uphold milestone number 2, you have taken away the school's right to appeal. That's our statutory right. It's not a contractual thing. You've said, fine, CSI, go ahead and break the law, take away their right to appeal, and we won't ever hear this again. And so CSI is both asking you to not redline something, but also to allow them to take away our right to appeal. And so we're in a situation where if we don't meet these milestones, and it's not a 2-year timeline, there's milestones along the next 2 years, it says we're going to be in breach of contract. And so it's not at the end of 2 years that we have to go through renewal. We're going to have a breached contract here in a few months, and we're not going to have the ability to appeal to you all because they say we've breached it.
Thank you. Board Member Staffel.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Sparks, could you speak to the discussion about governance and the changes you've made in governance to address some of these issues, and then also the scope of the issues that prompted any of those changes?
So the governance discussion really has been a confusing and frustrating one. As I mentioned before, 3 of the board members have their students enrolled in the school. So they are taken right there from the school community. One board member, board president, who's with us today, lived in that community for a very long time, was a school board member for Adams 14. His job has taken him elsewhere within the state, and still, drives back for all the board meetings. And then another one was just a community member. So they have 3 people who are there on the ground, and then, 2 community members from outside of Commerce City that just want the school to succeed. They are very active in overseeing the school. And I think it's just very much a misunderstanding on CSI's part that they were ignoring what leadership was doing. They were very aware of what leadership was doing. There was a dispute between CSI and the school as to how a policy was to be implemented. And CSI, despite having conversations about it, never told the school they had to change their policy until they issued that notice of breach. And so they didn't get the attention of the school board, who thought, wow, this is a really good thing to keep students, from this school to prison pipeline by expelling them. We're going to use this policy. We see this as good for the benefit of the students, for the benefit of our culture here in the school. And once they got that written instruction from CSI telling them what they had to do, the board acted. Now there was a delay because of the lawsuit that was taking place, but they changed it. And that was all through board action, that they adopted the change, adopted the policies, and told the administration, we want to be in compliance with law, and here's what we're doing. So I'm baffled when CSI says you need to increase governance, because the board is very aware of what's going on and is very involved in governance. And I haven't yet learned anything from CSI as to what it is they're not doing, other than bowing down to CSI when CSI says jump.
Okay, and so it seems like there have been a number of things stated about parents feeling like they don't have an appeal process and all these things. Can you speak to that? You talked a little bit about the policy and that you've revised it anyway, but this whole appeal issue,
Mr. Sparks, go.
So the testimony that came up in the Flores case was brought under other circumstances. And so then they tried to add in this policy that was never made actually part of the lawsuit. And so there was testimony given at one particular hearing where the parties had not prepared to address this voluntary withdrawal policy because it wasn't actually what the lawsuit was about. And so the testimony there is confusing and it's anecdotal. It's from students who have already sued the school on an unrelated matter, trying to get money out of the school. And so the appeal process is documented, is given in registration documents. The parents have notice, and whether it was done to the extent that CSI wanted prior to the issue of the notice of the breach, and then the revisions and in both policy as well as the procedures, that CSI accepted as being now lawful. So the school fixed it. So they don't want additional lawsuits. They don't want to spend their money defending themselves in court. They want to educate kids. And so they're doing everything to the best they can to be within the letter of the law. And CSI accepted that. But they're still holding it against the school, even though they issued the letter saying you've cured it, it's done. So why are we still here fighting over something that CSI said was fixed?
We're going to reshuffle. If I could respond to some of those statements, I would appreciate it.
Hang on, Madam Chair, I think, sorry, go ahead. But Madam Chair, just as a point of order, it is for each board member to determine
I know
his or
that.
her own questions.
I
Thank
know.
you.
I
Yes.
know. Board Member Stoffel, it's up to you.
Just address, Mr. Peters, the issue of the appeals process and that whole issue. Can you do that?
So it's entirely inaccurate for Mr. Sparks to say it wasn't at issue in the lawsuit. It was over and over again in the complaint. It was over and over again in the parties' briefs and in the testimony. And it was literally the only thing at issue by the time they had closing argument. The voluntary withdrawal policy and the appeals process related to it. Everything else in the preliminary injunction motion was settled the day before, and they had an entire closing argument that was exclusively about the voluntary withdrawal policy and the appeal rights. It's also a misrepresentation for Mr. Sparks to say that CSI never told the school previously to amend their policy. You can see it in the record, page 357, we flagged the policy for a lack of appeal rights. Page 362, we looked at their response, and then we said, hey, it doesn't look like you give them appeals rights. Could you clarify how your grievance policy applies? Page 370, we had received some parent complaints, and we asked them again, how does this apply? We looked at their response. Page 383, we said, look, we need you to clarify your grievance policy and make sure everybody knows they have their appeal rights. Then we get to the notice of breach and we tell them that this is page 445 to 446. Look, you're not giving them appeals rights. You testified on the stand that you're not doing that. We need you to give them their appeal rights. We never even asked them to get rid of the voluntary withdrawal policy. We just said, give them appeal rights. And then we gave them a notice of hearing because they gave them appeal rights. Right now, the negotiations today are not about them being currently in compliance. It's about the fact that they lied to us about it for a decade.
Board Member Shuffle, your time is up.
I object to the accuracy of Mr. Peters' statements.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Board Member Shuffle, are you okay?
Yeah, I wanted to give Mr. Sparks a chance to respond. Can I do that or not?
No, I think they both. Did the topic change? I don't think the topic changed, did it? No, okay. Let's try to go on. Pretty clearly, we're figuring out that our 6-minute that we agreed to is inadequate in a complex case like this one. So I'm gonna take some chair's privilege again in a minute, but I would like to just ask one question on my behalf and then allow Board Member Durham to use up the rest of his time, and then we'll have a quick conversation. Mr. Peters, help me out, please. Simply, as you know, when it comes to legal stuff, I'm a real Luddite. So at the very end of milestone number 2 is the sentence which does not allow CLA to appeal. What does it not allow them to appeal, since you only get one appeal?
There's only shortening of the contract, right? So the shortening of the contract is the only thing we're trying to get them to agree to in a non-appealable way, right? So it starts as a 5-year contract, and then if they fail to adequately plan for a new leadership transition or do the other stuff in milestone 2, then it becomes a 2-year contract and they go into a renewal cycle. That change from 5 years to 2 years is the only thing we're trying to contain. Now, at the end of that renewal cycle, we have every intention of giving them a new contract. If, for example, something happened and we didn't, I can't imagine that happening, but that non-renewal, that would still be appealable under the text of milestone 2. That's why we wrote it that way. They have all the right in the world to come back and talk to you under milestone 2 if we try to close them down or if we refuse to give them a new contract. The only thing we're asking them to waive is the change from 5 years to 2 years in the event that they can't meet the terms of milestone 2. And as I mentioned to Board Member Durham, I asked, Board Member Ragland was integral in drafting that. If you'd like to hear from him about his intentions, he can explain it probably better than I can.
Okay, now's your turn, Mr. Ragland.
Yeah, great, thanks. Yeah, I mean, the basic thing here is that if you rule in favor of CSI, the school gets a 5-year contract and a 2-year check-in. The specifics around tightening, as Joe described, it was just simply to make things simple. We have no intention of closing this school.
It's simply a matter of knowing who we're making the contract with. The school has made it very clear to us over and over again, and even here today, that they are looking to transition, and that's fine. Frankly, I think it's really important for the board to also know we are not choosing their leadership or forcing anyone out. It's simply a matter of clarity about who we are contracting with. I don't think it's responsible. Yeah, I think of a CSI board as a fiduciary for taxpayers and for the students at the school. I don't think it's responsible to enter into a 5-year contract when it's imminent that leadership is transitioning. And so our goal is not to close the school, it's not to hurt the school, it's not to do anything negative to the school. It's simply to make sure that you get the longest contract we can offer, but if you transition leadership or you don't transition leadership, we come back and have a conversation in 2 years. It is really actually that simple. I'll say just as a comment, I'm dismayed with this hearing and the idea that we hate the school or we have problems with the school. Look, you have some of the biggest charter advocates in the state on the CSI board who voted for this. The goal is not nefarious. The goal is one of support, but it is a goal of being responsible with taxpayer dollars about signing a contract with somebody we don't actually know who that contract is with. And so that's the goal, and I think that it's really important for you to understand our intention. It is not one to hurt or to damage in any way, shape, or form.
Thank you. Appreciate that. If I may, I want to go back to Mr. Durham. I believe he saved some time, and I don't know what that amount of time is. Mr. Durham?
Madam Chair, may I address your question as well, since Mr. Ragland and Mr. Peters both got to?
I don't think so, because I'm out of time.
Well, Madam Chair, before I start, I will simply observe that I objected to the 15-minute limitation when it was imposed by our new rules.
Well, you were maybe right, and we need to talk about that, but let's get through this today.
Well, all right, let me, how much time do I have, Ms. Murma? Can't be much.
You have 15 seconds, Mr. Durham.
Oh, for sake.
So.
Okay, just a minute.
So let me just start. If I start a question, can the parties answer?
Mr. Durham, I'm going to take chair's privilege, and I'm going to give everyone on the board 5 more minutes. Okay. And I think it behooves legal counsel to let the board members ask the questions and then not take up all the time. Like, if you guys can come up with 1 sentence answer. I know that's hard to do. And I'm married to a lawyer, so I know that's hard to do. However,
I'm paid by the word, ma'am. So
I get it. I get it. But I think we're a little frustrated because our time of the learning how to use our time in this environment has been frustrating for us. And I'm guessing it's frustrating for you too. But I'd like to give every board member another 5 minutes. So Mr. Durham, you get 5 minutes and umpteen seconds.
Thank you.
Sure.
First of all, I take a great. I'm really helps to hear Mr. Ragland's comments, because I do believe that he's not interested in closing charter schools and does have the best interests of Colorado's school children at heart. Having said that, the biggest problem with Milestone 2 is the language that requires new management. Because if they do not agree to new management, then they're in violation of the contract. And if we dismiss the school's appeal, then this thing unwinds from there. So I think protestations to the contrary from Ms. Lewis, that this is not about personalities and not about conflicts and more importantly, not about the adults, I really find disheartening and hard to believe, because it's clear from this language in Milestone 2 that it's all about getting rid of the current management. And I don't know whether, frankly, I don't know whether that's a good idea or not. Except I would say if you had an idea of, Ms. Lewis, if you had an idea of another partner who could produce the same results, why haven't you recommended them to the current board and started trying to help with the transition?
Ms. Lewis, Dr. Lewis, go ahead.
Thank you for your question. So legal counsel for the school had reached out to me to ask to connect with some networks, of which I did. I did reach out to networks in the local area to help and communicate and meet with CLA, BPA, school leadership and board. So given that I have been in the charter sector for quite some time and have long relationships with quite a few of these networks, I encouraged them and they came to me and they willingly and excitedly wanted to meet with the CLA BPA team. So that has been something that we have been really working together on. So I'm not sure why the school feels like we have been trying to get in the way of that or create a barrier. We encourage them.
Do any of these groups that you've suggested have performance levels of similarly situated children at the same or higher levels than
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes.
So
yes, absolutely.
You can do this or just falling off the rocks, huh?
We have some pretty successful charter networks in the Denver metro area that have proven high academic performance for similar demographics. And they have expressed interest in working with CLA.
Okay. Well, I just, I guess the rest of the things I have are comments rather than questions. But I'll save those then for the board's deliberation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Certainly. Board Member Escarcega, do you have any more questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I do not. The couple last standing questions I had got answered in the last couple different going back and forth. So I don't need any more time. Thank you.
Fantastic. Board Member Esser.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No more questions.
Board Member McClellan.
I don't, but I always hate to have people cut off for lack of time. So I would just offer to each of the parties, if there was an answer that you got cut off in the middle of, that you want to quickly finish up, maybe one at a time, flip a coin, who goes first?
I'm happy to defer to Mr. Sparks. And anyway, I think we're happy where we are with our answers so far.
Okay.
Mr. Sparks, go ahead.
I did want to address the interpretation of milestone number 2, but I think Mr. Durham has already pointed it out, that if the milestones that have timelines that are not 2 years in the future but are just a few months ahead, the school will be in breach. And if milestone number 2 stands, the school will not be able to appeal that breach to this board. It will have given up its right to do that. And so it will sit in breach, and whether or not CSI acts to close the school or not, is up to CSI, but they will have no way to cure the breach or to appeal that situation. So if you let milestone 2 stand, the school is going to end up in breach here in just a few months with no appeal rights.
Yeah, I would just restate CSI's position that is not an accurate interpretation of that. What happens is simply the remedy is triggered that the contract reverts to a 2-year contract, and the school will enter at the end of that 2 years into the renewal cycle. I think
that's not what it says. That is not what the language you wrote.
Gentlemen, we're not currently responding to a question from Board Member McClellan. Just to be very clear, the school, if they fail to meet the terms of the milestone, would be in breach, and there would be no way to appeal the fact of being in breach. But the only thing that then happens is that they come back and renegotiate the contract, and they retain all of their appeal rights after that. And Mr. Sparks has not told you anything to the contrary, because it's true. He knows that that's exactly what the milestone says. He and I negotiated it together, right? I sent him.
No, that is not true. Mr. Ragland wrote that during the board meeting or after, and was actually never even voted on by the CSI board.
We sent it to you a week in advance.
Milestone 2 was not sent to me a week in advance.
It's in
and it was never posted.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. I'm going to have to ask Madam Chair to step in here. How should this conversation proceed? I believe you had set out for the group 5 additional minutes for each member to ask additional questions. The last question on the table was from Ms. McClellan offering her time to finish any unanswered questions. And I believe that was the last question asked.
Board Member McClellan, are you satisfied with your answers?
I think that will probably do it. I think that's given each party a chance to at least finish their thought if they had been cut off mid-thought. And
thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
That's generous of you. Board Member Rankin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's perfectly clear now. I have no more questions. Thank you.
Good. Board Member Sheffel?
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no further questions either. I think it's time probably for the board to deliberate. I would like to thank you all for your energetic and inspiring answers to our questions. So board members, do you want to put up, we now have time, and I don't think we're on a time schedule now, right? Ms. Maramba, we have I think we have all the time we need to discuss. Am I correct, Ms. Maramba?
I believe that's correct. We're on just board discussion now.
Exactly.
That is my understanding and reading of the board guidelines as well.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I appreciate it. Can I see a hand who has some comments? Colleagues? Board Member Sheffel.
Yeah, I just appreciate the discussion. It's certainly a lot of issues in this case. I guess, to me, it seems that there's a lot of detail here, but it strikes me that a lot of the issues are on the adult side and maybe not so much on the student side. It strikes me that there is a lot of micromanagement, possibly on the side of CSI. Certainly due diligence and the right kind of oversight makes total sense. But I don't know about some of this. It seems a lot of he said, she said, at least in some respects. So I look also at milestone 2 and concerned about that timeline. So I lean toward granting the appeal for those reasons.
Thank you. Board Member Esser?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did read through every single one of the documents, and in the end, it is about 1,300 pages of testimony. I do find CLA quite almost hostile, always contentious, and always, I shouldn't say always, many times disputing the facts, even that were in the court case if you read the transcript. So looking at what Mr. Peters said the breach of contract would lead to, it makes perfect sense to me to deny the appeal. So in that sense, I just think it's good to realize what was actually in the documents as opposed to what people say. They were very thorough.
Thank you.
So thank you.
Board Member Durham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of observations. One, this has a lot more legal issues than I think we're used to confronting in our average appeal. And I have to say, I do not like language in any document that limits what I believe people have a statutory right to do, even though I think Mr. Ragland is correct. The consequences of giving up that right are limited, but nonetheless there are consequences, and I believe they're wholly inappropriate consequences. I just don't think we should ever get in the habit of, as a matter of reaching a contractual agreements, that you're forced to give up some of your constitutional or statutory rights. I think in this case, so I think as a matter of policy, I think what the CSI board has done here is inappropriate. Although that doesn't address the question of whether or not it's in the best interest of the students. and the community. And I think what is in the best interest of the students in the community is to ensure that a school that produces this quality of result for disadvantaged students continues to be in business. And while it's not, I think, the intention, at least of certainly Mr. Ragland and I hope other members of that board, to put this school out of business, I think the road they're on could easily accomplish that. I mean, it was stated in the testimony that that the bond, that the inability to refinance bonds at these lower interest rates has already been damaged by the CSI board and some of their activities. So there's already been damage. There's already been damage done, and if we deny this appeal, we're going to perpetuate that damage for at least another 6 months and perhaps for another 2 years. I think one of the things I strongly concur with Dr. Scheffel is that there is, at least based on all of the testimony and the comments from all the parties, that Ms. Lewis and her team have engaged in far too much micromanagement of this school. I believe that charter schools should be the laboratory of innovation. And I don't know, well, I have a pretty good idea, I guess. I don't believe that the level of micromanagement that has been admitted to by CSI lends itself to innovation. And whatever the reasons are that this school is successful as it is, I believe that's we should encourage the things that lead to the kind of academic results that we see in this instance. So I would have been comforted had I been able to ask the question, and I frankly just didn't think of it in time, as to whether or not Ms. Lewis and the members of the board present would indicate a willingness to renegotiate the contract on their own if they thought that things were moving in the right direction by November 15th, 2021. But I think that deadline, that hard deadline, really puts everybody under a gun that is not likely to be conducive to successful negotiations. Finally, I would observe that this is clearly a problem between adults and not between children. And I would both agree and disagree with Mr. Ragland about one thing. I agree that enrollment and enrollment numbers are a critical measure of a school's success or lack thereof. And that's one of the reasons that I'm, whenever I hear charter parents complaining about the school, I'm always mystified. There's a real solution. There's another school down the street. If you're not happy, go there. So I'm sort of torn between the fact that I don't know that any real damage is being done by the policies to which Ms. Lewis and her administrative team have objected to, because I do believe that when you have options, you can certainly limit your own damages. And so I wish there were a commitment on the part of Ms. Lewis and the adults to not hold fast to this November 15th deadline, and to see if the adults couldn't work together in the best interest of the children. But I don't honestly believe that's Ms. Lewis's intentions. It may be an intention of some of the board members, but I don't think that's her intention. So I intend to vote for the appeal. I'm going to move to strike milestone 2 and accept the appeal on milestone 2, because I think it is horrific public policy that a state agency would require a private entity to eliminate its, to give up its right of appeal. Thank you.
Board Member Rankin, do you have any comments you want to make?
Just one short one. I don't think it's been brought up, but I would like just to say that Ron and Tina Jadelski created something years ago that they totally believed in. And so far, others have, not only parents and students in that school choice from the beginning. Even if it didn't quite work out with a district authorization, they went to CSI, and CSI did authorize them at one time. So leadership is so key to any of this success. And I don't think there should be any difficulty with them wanting to retire or pass it along to someone else. I just wish we had a little more time to get through this and not the pandemic that always exacerbates these problems. But I also say the buck stops somewhere, and CSI is at the top of that, where the buck stops. So I'm still deliberating in my own mind, but this is a big picture, and Dr. Scheffel nailed it with difficulty with adults coming to a conclusion that would join together for the sake of the kids. That's all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sure. Board Member McClellan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too am still deliberating in my own mind, like Board Member Rankin. I can see that this is very difficult timing with changes that are happening in terms of leadership for the applicant. And while I understand that CSI wants to know who the school leadership will be, I have concerns about the terms of Milestone 2. So, but I appreciate the candor of both parties.
Thank you. Board Member Escarcega, did I already ask you to comment? Are you finished?
No, you didn't ask. I'm here.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
That's all right. No, that's good. I don't think going last instead of first. So, yeah, I think the testimony, I want to thank everybody in the back and forth, very helpful. I got my questions answered. I too read every piece of this information, and you know, I have some background. I at one point was a charter school authorizer, and I understand the importance of governance, and I understand the importance of leadership. I've also actually experienced a similar situation to this, in which there was a rather rapid transition of a leader, and it worked out. The school is still there, and the school is still thriving. I know the timeline seems short. I think I'm going to go back to the fact that it's been discussion since 2017, but essentially I can see and probably side with the CSI's view of this as being in the people's, and I'm talking about the students and the parents and the community there, in their best interest to try to move it forward as is and to see the change. So that's where I'm going to be going with. So thank you.
Thank you. I think some of the, yes, Ms. Kim.
Sorry, Madam Chair, it looks like you still have a hand raised from Dr. Esser.
I'm sorry, did I skip you? Dr. Esser?
You did not. I just didn't lower my hand. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Kim. I've listened very carefully to some of the comments of my colleagues, and I actually find them a little bit troubling. So pretty clearly I come from a different place. I think as an authorizer, when the families of a charter school come to me as an authorizer, I don't feel that I should do nothing. I think intervening is not micromanaging. And in particular, when there's a lawsuit that's brought by some of the members of the community, I think that an authorizer, whether it's a school district or CSI, has a real responsibility to address the families. And I'm finding that and the fact that there is no intention to closing this school, but to actually figure out for the school to go forward. What I heard said was it's going to be 4 or 5 years before this merger is believed to be able to go through, and I find that a really long time. I think there either is going to be a retirement and a merger, or whatever the concerns are that the families, that the community has with this school can be resolved. So the fact that it's losing enrollment says to me the community has, maybe unfairly, but that they have some real concerns with this school, because I don't think those parents want to go that much further for their kids to have a good school. It's not like there is another option next door. We know that what's going on in that district, and these schools are sort of the lifeblood in that community, and I do want them to be successful. So I'm probably going to side with CSI on this, but I admit that it's a struggle. And I wish there had been a little better agreement on what really is going on. The fact that the folks were arguing back and forth has caused me to lose some trust. And obviously, when you lose trust, you don't know where the honesty is, but it's causing me some grief. So, any other comments, colleagues? Ms. Marambo. Oh, wait a minute. Do I have a motion? Oh, I need a motion. Ms. Esser, do you want to make a motion, please?
Sure. I move to deny the relief requested by Appellant Community Leadership Academy on the grounds that Community Leadership Academy has not proven by a preponderance of the evidence that the CSI board decision was contrary to the best interests of the pupils attending the Institute Charter School.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Ms. Marambo, would you please call the roll?
Board Member Durham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to take a minute to explain my vote. I intend to vote no. And if this motion fails, I will make a motion to grant the appeal as to only milestone 2. So I vote no on this motion.
Thank you.
Board Member Escarzaga.
Yes.
Board Member Esser.
Yes.
Board Member McClellan.
Yes.
Board Member Rankin.
Yes.
Board Member Staffel.
No.
Board Member Schroeder.
Yes.
That passes 5-2.
Thank you. Thank you all for your participation, for all the hard work you've done. Truly, I hope CLA is successful. Ideally, they would have some opportunities to move forward. Colleagues, I would like to suggest that we need to have a conversation about our rules that we have for process. I don't know if it's been as big a struggle, but we probably should have listened to Mr. Durham in his concerns that we weren't giving this enough time. So, Mr. Peters, not as your attorney for CSI, but as your attorney for the state board, could you work with your colleagues to get this on the agenda and to start taking some input from all of us? I think we've learned a lot. I don't think we can solve this today, but I do think before we have another charter appeal, be able to be free to have enough time. And actually, I'd like for you and Mr. Sparks to indicate, not now, but at another time whether the 15 minutes was adequate for your presentation. And then the other piece is whether you can bring in staff, because I was not aware that we had eliminated the opportunity for a school district staff to make the presentation, because that generally has a strong value in some school districts. Not that we don't like attorneys, but thank you. Thank you all. So, colleagues, we have another item.
Madam Chair,
Yeah,
I know Dr. Shuffle has to leave here in a
yes,
few
that's
minutes.
just what I was going to talk about.
So I would request that item 16.01 lay over until tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Oh,
Madam
thanks. I
Chair.
really appreciate it.
Absolutely. Ms. Kim?
Sorry, before you move on, I'm wondering if the board has any desire to reduce its decision to a written order.
Do we have a choice? I think we have to, don't we?
Could I get some guidance or instruction on how and when to do that?
Talk to our attorney.
Well, that's me today, so.
We are spoiled. We are spoiled because all these things are taken care of on our behalf, and so I don't know the legal requirements.
So, looking to your board guidelines for these appeal matters, it does talk about a delegation to 2 members on the basis of a remand. The board did not vote in that. Right, and that's not what happened here. But if it would be helpful to the board nonetheless to have a written order, which may be helpful here, I wonder if it would make sense to use the same procedure and ask 2 board members to work on that, and then provide guidance to me to continue with that process, just to make sure that the order says precisely what the board directs and intends.
Commissioner, do you remember what we do here? I'm
Madam-
sorry, I'm not putting you on the spot, but
Madam Chair, can I interrupt for a second?
please, go ahead.
I think we have started expanding our orders. I think traditionally when we denied an appeal, that was the end of it. We didn't really say much beyond that.
Oh, you're right, sir.
Because of the potential
Now I remember. Thank you.
legislation, I think we should provide a record. And so I think it would be helpful to appoint a couple of people to sort of summarize the reasons, and probably for 2 people who voted in the affirmative, to summarize those reasons with counsel in a legally structured manner that would be, although this is not subject for review by a court, that would essentially answer some of those key questions.
Right. It's our commitment to the public to do that, and I completely forgot about that. Thank you very much for reminding me. May I appoint board members Esser and Rankin to do that? You can say no, but do it carefully.
Certainly, Madam Chair.
Of course.
Okay, great. Thank you, Board Member Durham, for remembering that, and thank you for Ms. Kim. Go ahead. You have something else?
Would you like me to continue working with them as needed, and I'll work with your staff to coordinate?
Please.
Okay. Is there anything further that you need from me before you move on to your next matter?
My next matter, I believe, is to adjourn for the day. And I'm ready. How about you all?
Be great.
Anything else? All right. See you all tomorrow at 9 a.m.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you.
Nice to see you, Mr. Ragland.
You